get enough of you. I can't get enough of you. I can't leave it all to bloom. You were right to bloom. You were right to bloom. I know I can't get. I know I can't give you. All of you. Things that I would do. Things that I would do. Under the water. Now we're sinking further down. Sinking further floating down. Sitting and waiting, I'm waiting. You were right. I know I can't get enough of you. I know I can't get it. I know I
Okay, I have to figure this out because, look, it's doing the thing that it did last time. It's doing
Where
the
it
thing that it did
repeats.
last time. It's doing
Where
the
it
thing that it did
repeats.
last time. Okay, so what did I do? What did we do last time? How did we fix that? I don't know. Cause watch. Okay, ready? If I turn my broadcast stream mix back on, which I need.
Ready? If I turn
Yeah.
the broadcast stream mix back on, which I need.
Yeah.
Broadcast stream mix back on, which I need.
I mean, this really only works if I want to do like all of the singing parts to La Vie Boheme.
If I want to do like all of the singing parts to La Vie Boheme.
Okay. So, what was the stream that this happened last time in? I'm going to turn off the broadcast stream mix for now while I try to figure this out. Because I remember we clicked something, but I can't remember what it is. Okay, what if I do hello? No. Okay. All right. Go XLR. Let's reopen it back up. Oh. Okay. We're going to look at the routing. Oh my God. I saw a bat signal in the sky. What's up? Okay, listen.
What's up?
So when I run OBS as administrator, it does this.
So when I run OBS as administrator, it does this.
It does the repeating thing. Yeah, all I remember is Will coming to help and then he ran away a couple times. Yeah, all I remember is Will coming to help and then he ran away a couple times. You can sing both parts of the confrontation from Les Mis at the same time. It is a dream. You can sing both parts of the confrontation from Les Mis at the same time. It is a dream. That's cool. I would leave it like that, TBH. Okay. That's cool. I would leave it. Now you guys have to hear me on loop.
That's cool. I would.
Now you guys have to hear me on loop.
That's cool. I would.
Now you guys have to hear me. The voices.
Now you guys have to hear me.
The voices.
Now you guys have to hear me.
Send me team boot. Okay.
Voices.
Okay. Send me team boot. Okay.
Voices.
Okay. Send me team boot. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Send me team boot. Okay. Okay. Yes. Send me team boot. Okay. Okay. Yes. Send me team boot. Okay. All right, I'm sending it. Great, because I've always wanted to hear the sound of my voice multiple times. Great, because I've always wanted to hear the sound of my voice multiple times. Great, because I've always wanted to hear the sound of my voice multiple times. Great, because I've always wanted to hear the sound of my voice multiple times. Great, because I've always wanted to hear the sound of my voice multiple times. Great, because I've always wanted to hear the sound of my voice multiple times. The fuck? Okay. Nico is in. Okay. Nico is in. Okay. Nico is La Vie Boheme. La Vie Boheme. La Vie Boheme. La Vie Boheme. Okay, I will say, too, Sam was the one who reminded me to do. Sam was the one who reminded me to do OBS as administrator. Reminded me to do OBS as administrator. Reminded me to do OBS as administrator. Heard you were crying a lot today. I wasn't crying. I just looked like shit today. I wasn't crying. I just looked like shit today. I wasn't crying. I just looked like shit today. I wasn't crying. I just looked like shit. So this is Sam. Oh my God, that was so loud in my ear. So loud. That was so loud in my ear. So loud. Oh God. Okay, we're just gonna sit here in silence. Oh. I think he did it. Yeah. Yeah. Should be good. Okay, so what is that that's happening, and why why does it happen when I run OBS as administrator? I'm gonna take a photo of this so I know what it should look like. Because I think the last time this happened, I think I had also run OBS as administrator. I don't know. Okay. Extremely common Nico W. Extremely common. The most common. You ran OBS twice, and on top of that, also ran Streamlabs desktop too? What? I was running all of it? How? It's honestly very impressive. Okay, wait, why did the coXLR just change? You're not in the computer anymore, are you? Are you? I am. I just turned it back to what it was before. Okay. 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 The audio is low? I don't know why the audio is low. I don't know. It's so loud in my ear. In fact, it's crushing my eardrums. No, you guys, I've been restarting my PC. I have. Hold on. I thought I heard something like a bell. I thought I heard a Farley bell. So this is great. This is a great stream start. How's everybody doing? How is everyone? What audio is loud for you? It's my voice in my head, in my headphones. And I'm looking at the audio mixer, and the microphone is in the green. It's not even getting up to yellow, but it's very loud in here. The voice in my head. Okay. Now I can't hear it, which is weird. Now I just hear it outside of my headphones. Okay, now I hear it. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's the same volume right now. Yep. These streams are always called, if you ever want to be a streamer, here's what not to do. Still reeling from seeing Chapel at ACL. Ugh. Jealous. Jealous. I don't know what I'm saying. Wait. Sorry, it's this might blast your ears. Okay. Should I speak? Do you always wear your headphones when you stream? Yes. Yeah, you're good. Okay. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. Okay, yo. Yo. He's just fixing levels now. Cool. Well. Yeah, you see, you guys are telling me things to do, and Nico's in my computer. Think I'm gonna do anything y'all are telling me I got Nico on my computer? Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Where are you going?
Just charging my phone.
Charging your phone?
Got a lot of baseball to play.
Yeah. My stream started doing that evil voices thing again.
Oh, God.
Yeah. No, it's fun. So far, I've been live for 17 minutes, and this is what it's been. This is what it's been. Well, anyway, what should we talk about? What should we talk about? I don't know. Can't talk about anything. When? No, it's not still doing it. He's just fixing levels because it's all fucked up. We can talk about Sydney Sweeney's boobs killing wokeness. Caroline, I linked your stream into my League of Legends match chat. Wait, what? Like, you were playing League of Legends and you sent them my stream? I don't know if my stream belongs in League of Legends. Did you send the stream where I was like, don't play League of Legends? It's better for you. Is the volume okay for you? Yeah, I think so. I think this is fine. I think we're good. Izzy Pizzy, thank you for the 14 months. Mr. Bong Water, thank you for the 3 months. Brenner, thank you for the 14 months. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nico. Thank you. Extremely common. Extremely common W. Okay, you've left the Matrix. Okay, I'm gonna close out of that. Cool. Great. Awesome. Okay. Alrighty. Y'all, I guess we can get started now. Okay, I hear Will in my head now. Now, I'm no longer in my head, but I hear Will in my head. When Sam was asking you specific tech questions yesterday or whenever someone else does, this is what was running through my mind.
If it's a concussion, you have to keep her conscious, okay? Ask her questions.
What's 7 times 7?
Stuff she knows.
A classic Clueless clip. Hold on. My God! Fuck the kids. Fuck the kids. Fuck those kids, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now we can properly start off the stream, everyone. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about Sydney Sweeney's boobs. Because I swear, every day, there's a new tweet about how Sydney Sweeney's bosom has killed the woke. You'd make a great Minecrafter. Why are you saying this? Why are you saying that? Arold, thank you for the 25 months. No reason? You just popped in here to say I'd make a great Minecrafter? Are you trying to say you want to do Minecrafting? When are you playing Resident Evil Biohazard again? Well, I was going to try to play tonight. Last time I played, I got so sick. So I kind of was scared to play again. But I didn't have any other gaming plans for tonight, so I was going to try to get back. We should do a horror mod in the future for Halloween. Okay. I'll play. I'll do some Halloween Minecrafting. Here's your good news for the day. Early reviews for Terrifier 3 are all positive. We might have a good movie about a clown overperforming at the box office this weekend. Okay, well, I will never watch any of the other Terrifier movies. Watch the first one. Never again. But I will say it's pretty fucking crazy that a $2.5 million independent film about a psycho clown is doing better or is on track to do better than a $200 million giant studio production about a clown. You've got to clown off. You've got to clown off. Okay, you guys, can I talk about Sydney Sweeney's boobs? Hold on. Let me get to the boobs first. Please, I must. I must talk about her boobs. Okay. So, this is incredible. For the homosexual youth, this is what adverts were like 20 years ago. We have literally gone back. People don't understand what the word literally means. I know that I use the word literally a lot. It's a very bad habit. Everybody uses this word all the time. And most people don't use the word correctly. But we have literally not gone back. Do we understand that? Anyway. Woke status put away by Sydney Sweeney's mommy milkers. You know that the person behind this Twitter account is like 60. He's some crusty 60-year-old talking about Sydney Sweeney's mommy milkers. Stay away from her. Get a job. Get a job. Anyway, this is what people are talking about. These commercials that she did apparently, or these ads. And this person tweeted and said, okay, but this is actually like the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. Did she hit someone with her car? Is this community service? Why is she doing this? So let's watch one.
Let's face it, guys only want one thing.
Wish I had something natural instead of this synthetic body wash. Sydney Sweeney, body wash genie?
Dr. Squatch Natural Body Wash for Men. They're tired of smelling thirsty.
Sydney Sweeney. Holy coconuts, it even smells natural.
And it's moisturizing. At the end of the day, they just want to crack open a natural one with the boys.
Sydney Sweeney, body wash genie.
Dr. Squatch Body Wash for men who prefer natural.
Okay. So here are my thoughts on this. One, I don't give a shit if Sydney Sweeney's out here using her titties, okay? That is her God-given right. Use those titties, make money, do your thing, girl. And anyone who's like shaming her for using her titties, shut up. Now, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something that might be a little controversial. I don't know if Sydney is the best actress. I saw her in the rom-com that she did with Glenn Powell, and I thought he really carried the movie. I thought she was so miscast, but then I thought about it more. And I went, I just don't think I don't think she has range. Okay, she's beautiful and has a gorgeous bosom. She knows how to use her assets. But as far as Sydney Sweeney, an actress, and I'm not just basing it off of like this random ass body wash ad. But I think I've kind of come to the conclusion that I don't think she really has range. Anyone But You is the film. Yeah. Like, here's my Sydney Sweeney. Okay. Hey guys. So I was just wondering if you wanted to go to this party later, because I think it could be kind of fun. It worked when she was in White Lotus, and it worked for Euphoria. But otherwise, I just don't know if it's working, you know? Yeah, she plays that one type of character very well. She's dry but then cries really well on camera, but nothing in between. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it'll be very interesting to see her career, because she's really popular and she's super hot in Hollywood. You know, she's defo A-list. Who's the male actor equivalent of Sydney Sweeney? Harry Styles. I don't think he's that hot, but I think as far as him, like, being hot and popular, but not that good of an actor. The green screen. Yeah, this is just the ad is I just don't think this is Here's another one. Let's see.
What? Dr. Squatch Natural Body Wash? Sydney Sweeney Body Wash, Genie?
What's your wish? It could be anything.
Coconuts.
This wants to be Old Spice so bad. I know it does.
Sydney Sweeney, get down!
Dr. Squatch Body Wash for men who prefer natural.
My kitchen!
I don't think it's campy enough. You know? I think if it was even campier, it would work better, but it just anyway, so
hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
hello, you dirty
Wash.
little boys.
Well, you can't have it. Because this isn't for boys, it's for men.
It's for
this
men.
is Dr. Squatch Natural Body Wash. With long-lasting natural aromas like wood barrel bourbon, pine tar,
See, this is better. I think this is
coconut
funnier.
castaway, and fresh falls. You'll finally get the attention you deserve. So go to drsquatch.com today and quit being a
But I just also don't think that she just can't pull it off that well. I gotta be honest. You know?
dirty little boy.
I think like the sketch component is better, but I just don't think that she's I don't think she's got the acting skills to, because she just kind of seems to be herself. Like when you see her in interviews and then you see her in film and TV, you just go, oh, that's just Sydney Sweeney. Here's my hot take. Squatch is a shit product that charges you for the marketing. I don't even know if I know what this is. Yeah, and look, I know that she's supposed to be dry and, you know, kind of has an Aubrey Plaza thing, but it just doesn't work as well. She's trying to get the chuds to bathe for the first time in years. Anyway, anywho, two pretty brain broken tweets here. One, hey homosexuals, hey woke homosexuals. Sydney Sweeney's breasts have destroyed everything you know and love. Nice try. But we won. We won because of Sydney Sweeney's mommy milkers. Yeah, so there's that. And then whoever this is saying this is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. Look, I'm dramatic, but that is so dramatic. That is fucking drama. People love to say that though on Twitter. They'll be like, this is the most embarrassing, humiliating, biggest piece of shit I've ever seen. I'm like, really? Really? The most? Everyone's drama queens out here. Okay, this is another thing I want to look at before we get into schnews. What's so funny too is the idea that gay men hate breasts, or I guess just gay people in general hate beautiful breasts. Where did that come from? Yeah, as I hate breasts as a lesbian. Yeah. Austin Show loves breasts. He does. But every other homosexual though is quaking in their boots. You know who's like the only group of people who don't like big boobs? People who have big boobs where they cause you a ton of pain. That is the group that is most likely to hate big boobs. The ones who have them strapped to their chest and it causes them back pain. Like, no one else hates big boobs. So true. This is me. Speak on it. Speak on it. Yeah, anybody who has naturally big knockers knows the back pain. And my favorite thing is when chuds will post online about a woman who got a breast reduction as if it was a personal affront to them. Like, one of the worst things that you can do as a woman is if you have big boobs and you get a breast reduction for physical purposes, usually because your back is breaking. But that's what wokeness does, y'all. Wokeness makes it so that women don't have big boobs. So that's why Sydney Sweeney having her big boobs is killing wokeness. That's the logic. That is the logic there. So many men were pissed and felt personally slighted when Angelina Jolie got a mastectomy to prevent cancer. Yeah, it's like, do you think that you're going to go anywhere near Angelina Jolie's breasts? Is that the idea here? Or just the fact that she's a beautiful woman who did something that you as a freak who eats his toenail lint considers to be the most personally offensive thing in the world? Yeah, a lot of bras suck too. That's true. That is true. I heard vasectomy. Mastectomy. I was told we would have anti-gravity bras in the future, but we don't even have jetpacks. Dude, when are they going to make a strapless bra that doesn't suck ass? I basically do not wear strapless things often because strapless bras are so terrible. So I'd rather just not be bothered. Like, causing me physical indentations in my chest. Anyway. Okay. So do y'all remember this reporter? We looked at an old clip of hers when we were covering Blake Lively and that whole saga with It Ends With Us, yada yada. So this is French, or not French. She's European. I can't remember. Kirsty? She's Norwegian. Okay. So Norwegian journalist Kirsty Flaw, who did the interview with Blake Lively where she congratulated Blake Lively, who had just announced she was pregnant. And then Blake was weirdly bitchy and turned it right back around on her. It's like, girl, you announced your pregnancy. Whatever. So now this is an old Anne Hathaway interview with the same reporter from Les Mis. Okay? This is over a decade. And it has resurfaced, and dumbasses online are saying that Anne Hathaway was so rude in this interview. Let me just play this for y'all, okay? Is she the next Blake Lively? No, I kind of feel like now y'all are just looking for another woman to hate since everyone's moved on from Blake Lively. And I did give a lot of criticism of Blake Lively, which, you know, I covered previously. But we've been through the Hatha hate. We're not doing it again. As a reformed Hatha hater, we are not going down this road again.
So I was going to ask you to do the first question in singing. Can I sing it to you and you can sing back the answer?
Well, I won't be. So, okay, wait. Let me finish Anne's response. Sorry.
Ask you to do the first question in singing. Can I sing it to you and you can sing back the answer?
Well, I won't be doing that, but you're more than welcome to sing.
Kirsty Flaw, do you...
Okay, that was actually so polite of Anne, because she could have been like, fuck no, are you insane? This interviewer goes, I'm going to ask you the first question in singing. I'm going to sing to you, and will you sing back the answer? Anne Hathaway, who is quintessential theater kid, who is being interviewed about her role as Fantine in Les Mis, very politely smiled and said, oh, no, I'm not going to do that, but that's okay. You can do that. Here's the thing, what I mean by Anne Hathaway, quintessential theater kid. That is not even something that a theater person wants to do in an interview. That's so weird. It's very weird to be like, yeah, can I sing to you this question and you sing back to me? I'm telling you, the most theater of theater people would not want to do that. Okay. And so this is a very normal response from Anne Hathaway.
Do you feel that love was more passionate back then, or people would sacrifice more for love than we do today?
No.
No?
No.
Do you remember your first question?
Okay, then this is the other part where they're like, wow, look how rude she is. She was asked a yes or no question. She said no. And here's the deal. When you're an interviewer and you ask a question and your responder responds yes or no, follow it up quickly. Like, create that conversation, okay? It's not, even though actors, a lot of them are very outgoing, they're very gregarious, you know, it just depends on the day. When they've done a million fucking interviews, they might not have anything else in the can. So your job as the interviewer is to keep that conversation flowing. It's a skill. It's why not everybody can do this.
No.
You don't? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's nice meeting you.
Like, yeah, it's definitely awkward. It's awkward, but not because Anne Hathaway is a rude bitch or anything. Also, her character, Fantine, is literally one of the saddest in Les Mis. Her whole story is insanely tragic. Yes, it's so tragic. She's a victim of misogyny. This is not the interview to ask those kinds of questions. Yeah, it's also just a weird, it's a really weird question. Like, I'm sorry, but this is totally on this interviewer. It's totally on this interviewer. I just, from what I saw in this, I didn't think that, I didn't think that Anne was at fault here. But anyway, okay, so.
She sent me a long email explaining to me what she was going through right then when she did this interview. And she apologized for giving me an awful interview, basically.
Anne Hathaway is a national treasure, and I will not hear anything else about it. And I truly, as a reformed Hatha hater, I almost feel like when you've been there, when you've been on the side of hate, and then you come through it and realize what a fucking idiot you were, and now you're a champion, you're on the opposite side, you feel like you can recognize this for what it is, and it is just totally baseless hate.
It was so touching to me. Just talking about it makes me almost teary-eyed, because I was just so grateful that she did that. And it was a very personal note, and we decided that I wouldn't share exactly what was in the email, but I just wanted to share with you guys what she did, because I thought that was just so amazing. I'm sorry there's a bit noise in the background. They're trimming all the trees here, so please try and not listen to that awful noise. So I replied to her and I said, you know, I'm so grateful that you did this, and it means a lot to me.
Yeah, okay, or maybe you go, yeah, sorry, I kind of suck ass as an interviewer. You know what, Anne? Actually, this one's on me.
She did, and I said, you know, if you ever want to sit down and talk about it, I'm here. And then she invited me to interview her for her next movie that's coming out in May. So yes, I'm really looking forward to that, Anne. Thank you so much for doing that. I have so much respect for people who own up to their mistakes.
I don't think she should get another interview. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real. I don't understand how she's coming out of this getting more interviews with Anne Hathaway.
And say they're sorry. Sorry is such a powerful word. And this is so amazing. So thank you really from the bottom of my heart.
Can I just say, as somebody who, I think that I could do a much better job interviewing Anne Hathaway. Hi, I'm available. I'm available. And you'll never have to apologize to me, because if I gave an interview like that, or if I interviewed like that, I would fully recognize that I suck dick. That was on me. Yeah, just putting it out there if Anne is listening. So I don't know, man. This type of thing is just exhausting. This is an exhausting internet thing where, okay, so oftentimes what will happen is somebody's getting shit, some public figure, maybe a female journalist or an actress or whatever, for fair reasons, you know? Like, yeah, for sure. Definitely fair criticism of this person. But then it always goes in this really weird direction of misogyny. And I'm not talking about Anne Hathaway here. Where I noticed with the Blake Lively conversation, and I say this as someone who absolutely criticized her, and I had my fair share of things to say, but it just always seems then that it gets really weird then. You know, it's normal, and then it gets not normal. And I noticed that happening with too with the journalist Olivia Nuzzi, who, look, again, a person who is deserving of criticism, but then it went from normal criticism and then people losing the plot. Absolutely. And just saying the most disgusting, heinous shit. And now here we are where it's like, okay, we moved on from Blake Lively. We just need another we need another actress to have as our villain of the week. So we're going back to Anne Hathaway. Are you kidding me? I guess maybe that interviewer was, or not interviewer, this one dumbass Twitter account. We have literally gone back. You know what? It actually does feel like that a lot. We're going back. We said no go back, and yet we've gone back. Where we are regurgitating an attempted hate train against Anne Hathaway. Well, it's not going to happen. Not on my watch. If this interviewer was actually worth their weight in salt, they would have uploaded a response saying no apology was necessary. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would have done. I'd have been like, actually, I am the one who should apologize for being bad at my job. But yeah, it's very true. Like, for instance, retweet some of your old Hathaway tweets. Should we get it going? For instance, with me, I am willing to accept actual criticism of me, but so often it's just, oh, she just rode Will Neff's dick to success. Or it's criticism that is just so clouded in misogyny that it's like you completely invalidate everything that you're saying when it's clear that your motive, that your goal is just to be misogynistic. You know, I have never been somebody who thinks she is above criticism, who's immune to criticism, and yet I can identify when criticism is fair and when it's just, oh yeah, I hate this bitch. So obvious, and I see it everywhere. Yes. Yeah. And so, you know, sometimes I hate to wade into a discussion of a female public figure who definitely is deserving of criticism, because a lot of times then gets weird. We lose the plot. People look at it as like an all-out opportunity to oh my God, all-out opportunity to just be as misogynist as you can. And Anne Hathaway has already affirmed that I will be rolling my eyes yet again during her acceptance speech. I told you guys I was the worst. So sad that no one laughed at Anne Hathaway's 2 jokes. Wait, LOL, JK. Many may clash on their feelings towards Anne Hathaway, but I think we can all agree K-Stu is just awkward and uncomfortable. Yeah, I told you I also had a K-Stu hating period. Mine was mostly over her acting though. And I think that she's gotten so much better. I think she took way better roles. Turning on the Golden Globes, Anne Hathaway was being interviewed, decided that anything in the world was better than watching her. Oh my God. Old me. Dreams really do come true. Thanks, Anne Hathaway, for rubbing in our faces. This bitch is jealous. This is a jealous, hating bitch. Thanks, Anne Hathaway, for rubbing in our faces. R being every theater girl who dreamed of playing Fantine in Les Mis and winning either a Tony or an Oscar for it. So Anne Hathaway is drunk. Makes sense. Hashtag hitting the bottle. Oh my God. This is me as a teenager. Wow. What a thinker. What an intellectual I was. What an intellectual. Goddamn. How old was I here? I was 18. Have you seen the Key and Peele sketch about people hating Anne Hathaway? Yeah, well, I've talked about this so many times. I've talked about my past hate. So we've covered this. We've covered this extensively, and that sketch is great. I had to get over my Timothée Chalamet hate because I was insanely jealous. Well, okay. Here's the thing, though. You have to look at it as you cannot like someone's acting. That's good, right? Don't just like everything that you see because you think, oh, I'll be mean if I don't like this person act. No, that's insane. So it's not that you can't think someone isn't that great or just doesn't do it for you. But for me, my hate for Anne Hathaway came from, as I've explained, internalized theater kid phobia. Not phobia. like hatred. Yeah. And then phobia. I mean, yeah. Internalized theater kid phobia. Jealousy, of course, because that's just a thing it's the Rachel Berry, right? That's why Rachel Berry was such a true character. And then misogyny for sure of she's just too authentic or trying to be authentic and it's fake. Anyway, I do not need to waste time again talking about all this, but all I can say now is that when I see shit like that TikTok going after Anne Hathaway, I go, not today, not on my watch. Not on my watch. Look at this. Look at this video, y'all. This is from North Fort Myers, Florida. This is the movie crawl. This is actually the movie crawl.
In North Fort Myers, a horrific sight in the rising waters.
Oh, that was a big alligator just bit our tire.
An alligator
emerging from the floodwaters, biting at this car's tires.
Wow. That was cool.
Yeah, that is also another reason to stay away from the water. It is Florida, okay? You're more likely to be at risk of getting a disease or getting injured by something in the water that's not an alligator, but also there are alligators. There are alligators, and when a hurricane happens, when flooding happens, sometimes there's gators in the water.
Yes, you did. Wow.
Gators in the water. And they don't know what the hell's going on.
Oh my God, I wanted to go get them. Oh my God.
Yeah, there are also snakes, other animals.
That was really, really deep right there. Sorry.
This is so wild.
That was a big alligator just bit our tire.
In North Fort Myers, a horrific sight in the rising water.
Dude, I also love, this is the most Florida response. Be like, that was awesome. If I were in the middle of a hurricane and an alligator popped up and tried to bite my tire, I would have freaked out. I would have been like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
Waters.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Alligator just bit our tire.
An alligator emerging from the floodwaters, biting at this car's tires.
Wow.
Woohoo!
That was cool.
That was cool. Goddamn. Okay, well, let's take a look at Hurricane Milton aftermath. And of course, you have people already who are like, it really wasn't that bad. And
tonight,
here's
this
just another example of scientists and the government lying to you. Okay, it was still incredibly devastating, all right? And this is what I said before Hurricane Milton hit, where I'm like, you know that when if the hurricane is not as 100% devastating as early predictions had it, there will be people who use that as evidence that you don't have to worry about these disasters. You don't need to evacuate. You don't need to worry about climate change because they're just lying to you. See, they said it was going to be this and it was actually this, which again, it was very devastating still. There are people who died. There were tornadoes, 9 in one county alone, that created a lot of destruction. And there was a ton of flooding. There are millions of people without power. There are going to be subsequent issues, in the coming weeks and months and years where people have to rebuild. So it's really gross, first and foremost, to say, oh, it wasn't that bad, which makes it seem as if the damage was really nothing at all. And it is better for people to be warned, even if it's overly warned, than to not be. Because the problem is that there are so many people who don't take this seriously for a number of reasons. And it is something where, I don't know, you kind of, it's a tough line of, Laser Soccer, thank you for the gifted sub. It's a tough line of, you don't want people who are already distrusting to feel like they have more reason to be distrusting and be like, see, look at that. They said it was going to like kill everybody or blah, 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 blah. This guy, Lieutenant Dan, survived on his boat. That's because Lieutenant Dan now has main character status, okay? I don't fucking know how that dude survived on his boat. Who knows? Now he's a main character. Anyway, so like kind of having to deal with people like that who already think that they're being lied to and think that things are being exaggerated for a liberal agenda, and then wanting to make sure that you do paint like worst case scenario pictures so that people aren't underprepared, and also get across the point that like these storms are very damaging and they are incredibly worrisome for what it spells for the future. He survived because the storm went further south than expected. Yeah. I don't know. With that guy, he's the type of guy here where he should not have a microphone put in front of him, okay? Because that dude probably has an arsenal of slurs ready to go. He also is not somebody who you want going viral in a, look at me, I survived. I beat the hurricane. I beat this climate change, you know? Climate change my ass. I survived on my boat. Like that's not good in this in this current climate of people getting all of their news and information from places like TikTok and looking for people like Lieutenant Dan to further provide evidence of climate change not being real. It's crazy, but anyway, okay, so let's look at the aftermath of the damage.
King
here.
Milton's path of destruction. In hard-hit Manasota Key, homes ripped apart and pushed off their foundations. Debris everywhere. The damage along Florida's already battered Gulf Coast extensive, though not nearly as catastrophic as originally feared.
The storm was significant, but thankfully this was not the worst-case scenario.
At least 12 people are dead. Millions of homes and businesses are without power on Florida's east.
Yeah, you piece of shit, Ron DeSantis. So what you gonna do? You gonna keep refusing funding for FEMA? Are you gonna keep making sure that the legislation in Florida keeps all mention of climate change out of it? You're gonna keep doing your role as a governor of a state that is getting hammered by these disasters and is especially vulnerable to climate change. So we're just business as usual.
Coast.
Oh!
A string of deadly tornadoes flattened buildings.
Walked outside and annihilated. The neighborhood annihilated.
In St. Petersburg, Milton's ferocious winds caused this crane to collapse, crashing into an office building. At Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays, the massive fabric roof ripped off, now in tatters on the field. It had been used as a base camp for responders pre-storm. About 14 people were inside at the time. All are safe. The storm tossed boats on their sides, and trees crashed through homes.
We heard a screeching noise, and it came outside and we seen the branch in the front yard.
Category 3 Milton made landfall last night near Sarasota, dumping 18 inches of rain in some places and packing 100-mile-an-hour winds, ripping roofs from homes.
And there it goes.
sending debris flying through the air, causing transformers to explode. Whoa! And fires to break out. Storm surge pushed water through neighborhoods. In Tampa, police rescued 15 people from a single-story home, including several children.
It's okay, Bubba. It's okay.
Hundreds more rescues today, including this 14-year-old found floating on debris. A Coast Guard helicopter crew rescuing this man whose boat was disabled in the water, clinging to a cooler. NBC's Chase Kane is in Daytona Beach.
And here's the thing, too, okay? What scientists are worried about is the frequency of Category 4 and 5 hurricanes, because they are still pretty rare. Like, it's not normal for a hurricane to be of that magnitude. And so what they're looking at is they're looking at the data that's pointing to more and more Category 4 and 5 storms by the end of the century. And what can happen, too, is the quick changing from a 1 to a 5, which is what happened with Milton and was huge cause for concern. So it's why, like, having enough time to prepare, even if it's being over-prepared, which, as you're seeing, though, there's still a ton of damage. But there are also people whose lives were saved because they had enough warning and because they took it seriously and were able to evacuate. And so this is, should never be something where, because it didn't cause 100% destruction, then it's really not that bad and nothing to worry about here. Nothing to worry about. We're tough. We're tough. We ain't no pussies over here. Floridians are always like that. Yeah, I mean, we had people in chat who were like, my parents are down in Tampa and they will not evacuate. Like, they are able to evacuate and they won't. They're like, no, we're tough. We'll weather the storm. We've always done that. Did you see the rescue story of a dog?
Sheriff has a Marine.
Yeah, that was some good news.
Unit for exactly this kind of thing, using airboats to evacuate people to safety.
People won't say it's bad until it's day after tomorrow. When you've got tornadoes in Los Angeles and the entire northern hemisphere freezes over and Dennis Quaid has to go rescue his son, Jake Gyllenhaal, from New York.
Because the rain fell so quickly and more than 15 inches,
and then
it cut off entire
communities,
trapping people in their homes.
Today, I met up with the fire chief of Sarasota County. We traveled to Siesta Key, the barrier island where Milton made landfall. I was with him as he returned on the ground for the first time since the storm. As we drove onto the island, we found downed trees and flooded streets.
Have you seen a lot of flooding like what we're looking at here?
Yes, and as you go further and further north on the Barrier Islands, because it's a little lower down there, the water depth is a little worse.
Yeah,
the chief breathed a sigh of relief. Siesta Key was largely spared.
We just drove through these flooded neighborhoods and trees down. Were you anticipating it would be worse than that?
We were.
Also, meteorologists' tracking data is not perfect. It is not with 100% certainty. They are making, they are still making estimations. So sometimes the storm, doesn't follow the exact path. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy to have to be defending climate scientists and meteorologists, but that's where we're at.
By the grace of God, the predictions and what we had planned for did not come to fruition. But obviously, if you are a resident or business owner out here, I don't want to minimize it. This is very impactful to the community, but it could have been much, much, much worse.
Lucky is not to be confused with untouched. This is Siesta Key, where the eye of the storm first came ashore. Many of the homes in this community are totally surrounded by water hours after the storm's landfall.
Tonight, Milton has left the Gulf Coast behind, but many are just beginning the difficult work of cleaning up after a major storm for the second time.
Oh my God, what does this symbolize? What is this a metaphor of?
Less than 2 weeks.
Those dozens of reported tornadoes spawned by Milton are likely to define this hurricane as much as anything. And tonight we're getting a better picture of the destruction. Tom Yamas is on Fort Pierce. Tom, the aftermath here is horrific.
Lester, that's right. One of those tornadoes tore right through this home behind me, destroying the entire structure. The homeowners were inside at the time. They looked out.
This is the guy that people were thirsting for last night when we were watching the coverage.
Outside and noticed something strange, and suddenly they ran inside, went into the bathroom. They survived that tornado ripping off the roof of their home and destroying it. But others, unfortunately, weren't so lucky. This tornado outbreak killing several people.
This is the terrifying moment a massive tornado ripped through Fort Pierce. Look at the debris spinning into the air.
Oh my God.
Violent tornado.
That is fucking
And this
terrifying.
video capturing a twister in Palm Beach Gardens. Look at how quickly and violently it envelops this house, sending debris flying and blowing out the windows. Both tornadoes part of a deadly outbreak spawned by Hurricane Milton.
We are very, very...
I'm sorry, but having Ron DeSantis appear on screen, they're a deadly outbreak spurned by, and then Ron DeSantis walked
Very
by.
saddened to see a tornado inflict such serious damage, including loss of life.
This is absolutely the guy who you want to comfort you when you have lost everything in a tornado. We have seen, we've seen a lot of damage. There's been terrible loss of life, but we as Floridians will get through this. We will come together. I would Brian kill me, honestly. If Ron DeSantis were the person comforting me after I'd lost everything.
According to initial reports, at least 38 tornadoes touched down. The twisters flipping semi-trucks, tearing down trees, and reducing homes to piles of rubble.
This wind came through here. If Michael had not grabbed that door and closed it, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here.
In St. Lucie County on Florida's East Coast, a tornado tore through a retirement community, killing at least 6 people, including Debbie Kennedy. Her daughter telling us she was an incredible mother and caregiver.
This is a 100% rescue mission that
today, Sheriff Keith Pearson telling us they are still searching for survivors.
Just a complete devastation. I mean, cars, trailers, where there were homes, they weren't. They were lifted up, they were moved, they were crumbled.
Those that survived look like this. Forrest Melboff can't believe he's alive.
Truck started to roll over and it stopped, and then once again.
He's covered in stitches all over his arms and up his face. He says he never saw the tornado until his truck started flipping.
Leaves started to fly, something hit the truck.
Pretty powerful to roll over your truck, right?
Yeah.
You'll never forget that, huh?
No.
HCA Florida Lawnwood Hospital took in 15 patients with tornado-related injuries, some with broken bones, others that needed brain surgery.
What did the patients tell you? Were they taken completely by surprise? They were, and it was like they themselves, they didn't know what happened. Most of them, they just felt like a lot of wind hit the place, and all of a sudden something catastrophic happened for them.
This was an incredibly traumatic situation.
It is.
Now, Governor DeSantis has provided search and rescue teams for this community, but the sheriff tells me it's unclear how many people they lost because some of the folks that lived in that retirement community lived there.
Yeah, dude, that's why it's fucking sick, too, when Cat Turd and these other freaks online are going, guess it wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. Like, they're trying to have a gotcha here. They think that they're making some great point. And also, we don't know how many people have died in the immediate aftermath because there are people who are missing. This is what always happens. In the aftermath of Helene, there are still a ton of people who are missing. And also people who have lost everything, okay? Because just because they have their lives still doesn't mean that they haven't lost a ton. You know, we've talked so much about how in places like Florida, Ron DeSantis has just fucked over homeowners, and same with insurance companies fucking over homeowners and leaving the state or refusing to insure, charging just insanely high premiums. And so, you know, these are not just people who, you lose your home and you easily you easily get it back. No big deal. Just file an insurance claim and we'll take care of it. It doesn't work like that.
Others may have evacuated. Lester?
Yeah, why would you want what was originally predicted to have happened? Exactly. Kind of a sick thing, huh? So did you want even more people to die? Is that what kind of weirdo you are? That now because less people died than you wanted to die, now you get to now you get to have these snarky tweets? Yeah, if sea level rise is real, why wouldn't people sell their houses and move inland?
All right, Tom Yamas, thanks very much. We've talked so much about storm surge, but a lot of the flooding you've seen and those high water rescues were the result of rain. Lots of rain that fell here when that storm came ashore. We get more now from Stephanie Gosk.
Is Cat Turd from Florida? I don't know. He's from his dad's asshole, for all I know.
Tampa.
Lester, they are actually tonight still doing rescues as we speak in this neighborhood. This is not part of the evacuation zone. People thought they were safe because they're miles from the coast. What they didn't expect was all that rain.
In Central Florida, a race to pull people out of the water, not from a dangerous storm surge, but from Milton's torrential rains. This woman escaping the rising waters in the dark, her 4 young children in tow.
Once we hopped on the oven, I called my mom and told my mom, I think me and my children are about to drown to death.
Many of the neighborhoods underwater are miles from the coast and not typically flood prone.
How long did you live down there?
I lived there 14 years.
Did you ever see it flood?
No, ma'am. Nothing like that.
The County Fire Rescue in Tampa says it conducted 500 rescues. 135 people were pulled from a single assisted living facility.
Please be careful. If you feel better, go on the dry ground. We can take you there.
Amphibious vehicles and marine units helped reach inundated homes.
Rescue workers got here around 3:30 in the morning. Soon afterwards, they found this woman in the green sweatshirt alone in her house. She has a hard time seeing. The front door to her house was broken, and they couldn't convince her to come out. She was scared. They finally, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, got her out and got her to safety.
Milton's heaviest rain dropped over its northern edge, in some places falling more than 2 inches in an hour, with historic totals, leaving residents in this apartment building in Pinellas trapped. Hundreds had to be rescued.
A lot of credit to our teams that were out there today.
Even with all that warning, the strength of Hurricane Milton still took many here by surprise. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Tampa.
And many here in the barrier islands in this area face a lot of damage as the winds came in here and some of that storm surge. Sam Brock now with that part of the story.
In southwest Florida tonight, full-scale devastation.
My daughter, man, she just started screaming through the house, and I jumped up. And when I ran out, the same time I ran out, the door come flying to meet me, man.
And heartache along the beach. A multi-year rebuild stunted again by a hurricane.
It's heart-wrenching to have to keep going through this.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, all of our friends are here on this block. I think we all give each other the strength to continue.
That is horrible to be in an area where you just are constantly rebuilding, constantly. And you know, it's some people, they don't want to leave, but for others, they can't. They cannot sell those properties. And they also are dealing with loss of insurance. And when you have to rebuild like that, it's unlivable. Yeah.
On the streets of Fort Myers Beach, evacuated for days, Mayor Dan Allers showing us what it looks like this morning. Storm surge saturating the same neighborhoods devastated 2 years ago by Hurricane Ian.
We're an island of doers. These things punch you in the gut, but you just pick up. We've had some residents that this is the 4th time they'll be rebuilding their house.
This is an example
of one of the homes rebuilt after Hurricane Ian. And while it might not look that bad, you have to consider it was sitting on a 12th.
I'm sorry, but this attitude of yeah, we just pick it up and do it all again. I'm not, it's very, it's a very, everything's fine, no problems here. That's our attitude here. We just rebuild the rebuild that we rebuilt from another rebuild. Just pick ourselves back up. We're all good. Everyone is good. Everyone is fine. Jay Hearn, thank you for the 23 months. So here's a video from More Perfect Union talking about insurance.
We got told we had to move in a hurry.
Times of distress, I have a tendency to be rather sarcastic because I always say I'd rather laugh than cry. And that was kind of one of those situations where
why are those?
You're literally throwing all your belongings to the street at one time. You're not being evicted and your wife's not kicking.
Sorry, is it just me or are those the biggest captions in the world?
Kicking you out of the house.
Maurice Gutierrez lives in Naples, Florida. His house flooded in 2022 when Hurricane
I guess
Ian
I don't
made
need my
landfall on the
readers.
southwest coast of Florida.
One of the strongest September hurricanes to strike the U.S. in decades.
Significant storm. Again,
boomer captions. Perfect for me. Great. Huge. Maybe it's just because usually they're really small. Oh, God. I thought that was an alligator flying through the air, but I think it's painted on the side of the house. Pizza tax. Thank you for the 16 months.
Category 4.
The street will never be the same. You know, trees gone, neighbors gone, homes are gone. And here I am today rebuilding because I won't move. I love this place.
A year later, Maurice got a notice from his insurance company. They were doubling his premium to $7,500 a year. The year after that, it was up to a staggering $9,000 a year.
Now, on a fixed income retiree, that's not chump change.
So Maurice decided to drop his wind coverage.
Yeah. And remember, most insurance policies don't include insurance for flooding. You have to buy that separately. And then even if you have that, there are loopholes that insurance companies will exploit. So let's say okay, the wind causes damage. Fine, we'll cover that. But other ways that the flooding happened, well, it might not be covered still.
He's one of hundreds of thousands of Floridians that are going.
You can consider an act of God, stuff like that.
That means they're living with little to no homeowners insurance in a state that is set to have a record hurricane season this year. And what's going on in Florida under Governor Ron DeSantis is a warning. This is what happens when a government capitulates entirely to the insurance lobby. We went to Florida to talk to other homeowners like Maurice. We found out that residents are being priced out of coastal communities, and sketchy insurance companies are thriving under DeSantis' policies.
It's essentially trickle-down economics, but for insurance companies.
And the housing insurance price...
Oh, there's that trickle-down economics that Reagan talked about. Happy to see it finally having materialized. You know what? Reagan got a lot of shit for talking about trickle-down economics, but here it is, folks. Morvan, thank you for the 5 months.
People around the Bay and across the state are now being told their homeowner insurance policies will not be renewed.
State Farm says they're discontinuing coverage for some customers.
Several major carriers are pulling out of Iowa and other states.
Experts warn the collapse in the homeowners insurance industry could take down the entire housing market with it.
Should those systems start to collapse, or should that business model collapse, it could take down the entire American economy with it. It could take down the global economy.
The water came up to this line right here. At first it's like, it can't get much worse. It can't get much worse. And then it's like, oh my God, when is it going to stop?
Maurice has lived in Florida for most of his life.
Raised in Miami, so hurricanes
and 1 inch of water damage can cost $25,000. Like it's one of the worst things that can happen to your property.
Are, as far as I'm concerned, a weather event. You know it's coming. You prepare. You don't get complacent, but you get used to them.
Nearly 1 out of 5 Floridians is like Maurice. They've been forced to cut back or go without insurance.
That option allows me to manage my own risk.
Okay, let's back up and talk about how insurance actually works. Insurance companies determine premiums for you based on risk assessment. Generally speaking, the higher the risk, the higher your premium goes. They assess risk factors like the quality of building materials in your house, your neighborhood, what kind of dog breed you own, and of course, natural disasters.
So, if you have a wildfire risk in California and a hurricane risk in Florida, those two things are supposed to balance themselves out.
But as the planet warms and natural disasters increase, the insurance business model hasn't been keeping up.
And what's happening is that the risks of some of those perils, of climate-driven perils in particular, are increasing so much that the insurance companies are having a difficult time making the profit.
Yeah, you want to know the crazy thing? Insurance companies listen to climate scientists. Insurance companies are not denying climate change. In fact, they are looking at the realities of climate change and basing their decisions off of that. So that ought to tell you like how fucked up it is that, here's an industry that is not denying climate change, but they're continuing to profit because they have acknowledged climate change and are leaving states that are vulnerable to certain natural disasters, or for the policies that they still maintain are charging outrageous premiums
that they've always expected that they will make.
In response, major national carriers are raising rates and cutting policies. Today, 12% of people in the United States don't have homeowners insurance. Up the coast in Fort Myers, Florida, is Priscilla O'Hara.
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
She stayed in her home during Hurricane Ian, just like Maurice.
My son and I stood at the front door looking out the glass window and watched the rivers right over there.
Morvan,
watched the water coming up, and here it's coming, nothing we could do.
Earnest question, why do you still live in natural disaster prone area? Why do you mean me, or do you mean anybody? Because that's a lot of this country, first of all, and there are people, and a lot of people who can't leave because they can't sell their properties and they can't get insurance to like take out a mortgage somewhere else. And yeah, or people who don't even, they don't even have the financial means of owning a house because they are so locked in by poverty. And it's not something where they can just get up and move. People can't just quit their jobs and go move somewhere that's going to be safer. And also, there's a lot of parts of the country that, everywhere is affected by climate change. Let's just remember that. But as far as areas that are prone to natural disasters, well, it just depends on what you're talking about. Yeah, Asheville was literally advertised as a climate haven. It was supposed to be a place that you could go to escape the worsening effects of global warming. And look what happened to Asheville.
Here it's coming. And then the wind changed in about 10 feet from the house, and back out it went.
Her roof was damaged, but when she filed the claim, her insurer State Farm told her that her policy didn't cover wind.
I don't think we really realized.
Bro, look at that fucking bullshit. Her policy, her insurer said, oh yeah, sorry, we don't cover wind. This is what I mean by loopholes. They are experts. Insurance companies are experts at exploiting these policies. Be like, sorry, all your damage was caused by wind. Actually, your policy doesn't specifically cover wind damage, so we're not covering any of this.
That we were not covered for wind damage. Did not know that. Hurricanes are wind.
The next year, State Farm dropped her. They said her house, which was built in 1976, was too old to insure.
I've been with them for 40 years.
40
probably.
years.
It was a total shock.
No customer loyalty from them.
Well, he paid this in September of 2022, $881. So, they had our premiums all those years. Went in their bank account.
State Farm ended that year with a net worth of $131 billion.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh no, not my buddy Jake. Oh no. Not my buddy Jake.
The roof damage cost her over $6,000, which she paid out of pocket.
Okay, you can tell a little bit. There's a little different shade. It cost us $6,292. $6,292 to have it replaced.
Priscilla shopped around, but she couldn't find an insurer that she trusted.
I want a company that I know something about, not some company I've never heard of before.
That seems smart.
Yeah. If we had that roof damage, I could do it again, I guess. Don't want to, but I guess I could.
So what exactly happens to someone if they don't have insurance?
If you don't have insurance for your home, you might lose your mortgage or you might face higher mortgage rates. And worse, if you have a disaster and your home is uninsured, then you lose the value of that home or you face that out-of-pocket cost to repair that house, which could be hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. So it can be absolutely bankrupting.
Jake's become the face of
have
evil.
both paid off their homes. But if you have a mortgage, you have to have homeowners insurance. So for people who can't find insurance, Florida has something unique. A state-run, not-for-profit backstop that is actually the #1 insurer in the state.
Citizens Property Insurance.
Citizens Property Insurance.
A state-run insurer called Citizens Insurance.
Citizens Property Insurance was established in 2002, 10 years after Hurricane Andrew hit Miami.
It's absolutely for sure, no question about it, it is going to happen tonight.
Hurricane Andrew was, at the time, the costliest hurricane in Florida's history, and it hit the insurance industry hard.
And the state was facing the prospects of incredibly precipitous economic decline, and they wanted to avoid that.
In 1992, Miami was a city of almost 2 million people. Lawmakers didn't want to see the city decline. So in 1993, they held an emergency legislative session and created what would later become Citizens Insurance.
And
when I got broken into, State Farm said they wouldn't cover me because they wrote my address down wrong on my policy by one letter in the street name. Therefore, my address wasn't covered. Yeah, that's bullshit. And unfortunately, all too common. Because here's the thing. Insurance is purposely designed to confuse you. My mom used to work in the health insurance industry. She worked for like Blue Cross back in her 20s. And she is somebody who literally worked in health insurance, is still confused by the health insurance industry. Like every time she has to, herself, just as her personally has to go to the doctor, because it is intended to be confusing. That's why you see like that woman in the video, she goes, I didn't know that our insurance policy that we've had for 40 years didn't specifically cover wind damage, and hurricanes are winds, so none of this will be covered. They'll do anything and everything possible not to cover you. And here's the thing. In Florida, as we know, Ron DeSantis has been in the pocket of these big insurance companies because they've, given him millions of dollars. And he's a rat-faced piece of shit. And so he signed a bill that makes it so policyholders cannot recover legal fees when suing insurance companies who are refusing to pay out on legitimate claims. So if your insurance company is fucking you over in Florida and you have to sue them to get them to pay out, you don't get to recoup those legal fees. And legal fees are expensive. And so it could be a deterrent. It in many cases is a deterrent.
And it was wildly successful. It did provide insurance.
Yeah. I interviewed recently for a gig in health insurance, and part of their questioning was literally how well you can tell a person over the phone that the insurance doesn't cover their procedure. Yeah. That's what they'll test you on. I had a job where our entire purpose was to call private insurers and harass them until they paid claims that were obligated to our clients. Multi-billion-dollar industry of middlemen like that that only exists because insurers refuse to pay anything unless they're harassed. Yes, insurance companies are very good at taking your money and very bad at giving you money.
To people who couldn't buy it on the commercial market. But more importantly, it reversed the flow of
actually,
people
they're very good at not
leaving the
giving
state.
you money.
It canceled the possibility of that exodus, and it led to enormous growth.
Citizens was supposed to be the insurer of last resort, but then the state was hit with a record hurricane season in 2004 and again in 2005. As more parts of Florida became uninsurable, Citizens expanded to protect more homeowners. Now, 1.2 million Florida residents have public instead of private insurance. This backstop is important.
If you start to lose insurance in a community, then the home values will drop as a result of that. And as those home values drop, you'll see people start to move away from that community and the tax base decreases. And as the tax base decreases, you have less money for schools, you have less money for infrastructure and fixing potholes in roads and so on. And you start to see this sort of spiral of decline, this negative momentum.
A study from the Environmental Defense Fund calculated where the most money could be lost in tax revenue due just to increased risks of flooding. Homes in coastal Florida, they determined, could be overvalued by as much as $10 billion a year. And in this whole video, you're thinking, well, luckily I don't live in Florida. Here's the national map. But the public model has a major flaw.
It's put more people in the path of risk, so it's increased their economic vulnerability. But it's also affected the way Americans vote. It's affected climate policy on a state level and on a federal level because constituents are not expressing urgency to enact policy to address climate change, to lower those risks, because they don't feel those risks.
None of this has stopped people from moving to the coasts. In 2023, a year after Hurricane Ian's devastation, Lee County's population still grew. But the people who have been able to rebuild and afford their homes has changed. Fort Myers Beach is a coastal island just west of Fort Myers. It's been a popular resort town and home for retirees since the 1950s. Ian was the costliest hurricane to ever hit Florida. The Category 4 storm did $112 billion in damage, and Fort Myers Beach was one of the hardest hit. A third of the homes on the island were destroyed. But the town is rebuilding. Everywhere you look, there are cranes and scaffolding, and large RVs where former residents are staying. We met with Lori Curry, a real estate agent who has sold property on the island since 2004.
I think when you drive here, you see the obvious changes from its original days when it was mainly a retirement community. And
she's like, well, they're all dead now. She's like, as you can obviously see, all the old people are dead.
Little less affordable for some of the original owners.
Lori says a lot of the smaller retiree homes that were built in the 50s and 60s were damaged, and they're being replaced by rentals bought by wealthy investors.
The people that came and bought at a discounted price, they knew what they were doing.
Many former residents struggle to rebuild. A report from Bloomberg said the building on Fort Myers Beach, especially with the new federal and state building codes, can easily start at $1 million. God. 8 out of 10 homes sold the first year after Ian were purchased with cash.
Oh my God.
It turned out that Lori and her husband had their own fight with their insurance company after her.
Private equity motherfucking devils who move in and take advantage of the aftermath of a disaster. They move in, they're like, hey, you need cash? You need money? We got money. And desperate people who do need cash are like, yeah, I do. Can't afford to rebuild this. I need money. And so private equity is like, hey, we got you. We're going to give you hardly the value of your home, but we're going to give you some cash. And then you're going to fuck off and we're going to do what we do here. Yeah, so that's wait, what was I just watching? Oh, this Twisters. This is like a part of Twisters. If you've seen that movie. One of the like side plot lines has to do with this exact thing of companies moving into areas that have been damaged by disasters and buying up the properties.
Hurricane Ian.
They canceled us.
Yeah,
they canceled.
We need a Glenn Powell.
They'd had roof damage, and initially their insurer Edison
No, we just
wouldn't
need
cover it.
Glenn Powell.
They ended up taking the company to court.
They fought us tooth and nail the whole way. So that's the mentality of the insurance companies. You know, they like to take your money, but they don't like to pay it off when there's a risk involved.
Lori and Ron say they were lucky. Because they had an attorney, they were able to get a new roof, and the cost of the attorney and public assessor was covered by Edison.
And that's the problem, is some people are
landlords do
reluctant
need
and
more
reticent,
respect.
and they're still suffering.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of foreclosures. They're walking away.
So Fort Myers Beach is an extreme example, but Florida is in the middle of a housing crisis, and rising prices are impacting renters and first-time homebuyers the most.
We have been in an affordable housing crisis for years in Florida. The insurance crisis is making it far worse.
You might think the role of the public option, citizens, would be to keep these costs down, but there's a problem with that. Since the creation of Citizens Property Insurance, the insurance lobby has pushed to keep rates high.
The emphasis should always be to try to get those people into the market where they're paying the full rate and not counting on their neighbors to pay part of the tab for them.
The state initially
Even the
required
private
that
company that
Citizens be
outsource, yeah.
non-competitive, even as insurance companies kept raising rates more and more.
The insurance industry used to love Citizens, right? They love the idea of a last resort insurer where they can just sort of like leave the dregs, the most risky and unprofitable claims off on the public while doing the rest of the stuff themselves.
In 2007, after those record hurricane years, the state changed the rules. Citizens didn't have to be more expensive than private carriers.
Right now, these private companies are taking on all the safe risks where they are assured a profit and passing all the bad risk onto the state via Citizens Property Insurance Company.
The insurance industry hated that.
If you're in South Florida and you can get Citizens coverage at 30 to 40% less than the private market, you're going to do that.
In 2022, Ron DeSantis caved to the insurance lobby.
And we have to create an environment where people want
It's because they were really nice to him. That's why he was like, okay, fine.
to come in and compete for your business. You can't dump everybody on Citizens Property Insurance.
Say dump
The
one
Florida
more
legislature
time.
passed a series of bills that would overhaul insurance law. And Ron DeSantis started depopulating Citizens Insurance. The goal was to kick people off of the insurer of last resort and get them back into the private market. But with so many major insurers denying coverage, customers are stuck with companies that are a lot more risky.
Yeah, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years, large national insurers, the kind that you would recognize from commercials,
Flow.
have pulled way back for the most part.
And in their place are companies called domestics.
These are smaller in-state companies that tend to have far fewer resources. They aren't nearly as well capitalized. They're heavily reliant on reinsurance, which is insurance they buy for themselves.
DeSantis is trying to get new companies into the state, but he isn't being very discerning. Enter Slide Insurance, a startup founded by one of the lawyers for Enron. Yes, that Enron.
I knew that there were going to be mass insolvencies in Florida, so we raised a tremendous amount of capital to really kind of capitalize on market opportunities and provide new solutions to the homeowners.
The CEO of Slide Insurance, Bruce Lucas, was
Deal
thrilled
monster.
about DeSantis' changes to insurance laws. The new bills made it harder for customers to sue insurers over unpaid claims.
Oh my God. This guy is the biggest douchebag on the planet. He has a placard that says Deal Monster. Bro, I hate this fucking like lobbyist insurer corporate speak. They're like, yeah, there were market opportunities. Oh, were there market opportunities?
It created a bigger fund of reinsurance to protect insurers. That's the insurance for insurers.
Time to
And
make
most
some
important,
deals.
It handed Slide Insurance more customers. The Washington Post reported that businesses like Slide can cherry pick the policies they want, choose the properties that have the lowest amount of risk, and reject the ones in flood or hurricane-prone areas. Lucas laid it all out on a podcast called The Insurance Guys.
You get to cherry pick the policies.
Correct. Says
you
it.
are underwriting and cherry picking the best policies, leaving kind of the worst ones there.
Oh my God. I fucking hate these people so much. They will just go on a podcast called The Insurance Guys and brag about what they're doing. They're not doing this in the dark. They're not doing this behind the scenes. They're straight up coming out on podcasts and saying, oh yeah, no, we can just fuck people over. We get a cherry pick. It's great. We've made so much money. Yeah, capitalists are so open about their scams. Of course, because they want to brag about it. People who make money love to brag about making money no matter how they make that money.
Sometimes policyholders don't even know they're being pushed off of their plans. As long as the new policy is less than 20% more than Citizens Premium, they can be forced off of their policy.
You know, you send out these notices and it gets mixed in with everybody's junk mail. In the trash can it goes. Next thing you know, you've got 200,000 customers.
Last year, Slide was approved to take over 250,000 policies from Citizens.
The bad news, it's about 4.3 times what I was quoted for Citizens.
The premium for the same level of coverage from Slide was $14,684.
They've also swooped in to buy out policies from insurers that have gone bankrupt or left the state, like United Property and Casualty.
Hey guys, I'm back with another episode of Here's How I Turned More People into Homeless People.
Casualty and farmers insurance.
This year they provided a different option for me if I wanted to switch called slide insurance. That sounds shady.
So just how risky is slide insurance? They aren't a publicly traded company, so it's hard to know all their finances. In interviews, Lucas touts the fact that Demotech gives them an A rating, but the more reliable Weiss ratings gives them a D+, pointing out that they have low liquidity and capitalization. Reporter Jason Garcia thinks Citizens should be expanded.
A public nonprofit insurer does not have to earn a profit. That allows it to
they're
charge insurance that is
subsidized,
more
man.
affordable.
And two Florida representatives agree. Republican Spencer Roach, who survived Hurricane Ian himself, and Democrat Hillary Cassell, a former litigator for insurers, both think Citizens should be available to all homeowners in the state.
Think of this as the National Flood Insurance Program, but instead of at the federal level, it's at the state level. Florida, at some point in the future, is going to embrace the idea of universal wind coverage.
But they're up against a powerful political force.
Look, I just have to say, I know that guy's doing good work, but there's some people who I just feel like you got to change your last name depending on what industry you're in. This guy works in politics and his last name is Roach. You know? It's like the CEO of CBS, George Cheeks. I was like, Cheeks, you gotta change that. That's not real. Come on, man.
See Citizens expand. Since 2019, when DeSantis was sworn in, the insurance industry has donated nearly $10 million
puke-inducing
to DeSantis
TikToks from
and the
Section 8
Republican
slumlord
Party.
in Florida.
And the bills that DeSantis has passed since have almost all been handouts to the insurance industry.
The entire overarching strategy that Governor Ron DeSantis and the current Florida legislature have is to help private insurance companies make money in the hopes that benefits will trickle down to consumers.
Okay, so what does this all mean for
Trickle
the average
down
homeowner or
economics.
renter? Florida can prove as a model for what not to do. States should provide affordable.
Fuck. What happened? What did I do? Damn it. I fucked up.
Reporter Jason Garcia thinks Citizens should be expanded. Citizens should be has passed since plans for residents that can't rely on private insurance.
It's a risk, but I think it's one well. Paradise has a price. I'm hoping to live the rest of my golden years down here. I'm not going anywhere.
And while these major insurance companies claim poverty, remember that in 2022, the CEOs of the top 10 insurance companies made a combined total of over $130 million. There's one more layer to this whole story. Climate change is increasing the likelihood of disasters that are driving up risks for insurance companies. But those same companies are literally adding fuel to the fire. Public Citizens Ann Perot writes that insurance companies, including State Farm and Allstate,
state legislatures are not working as state legislatures for that paycheck.
Have major holdings in fossil fuel companies. State Farm is also part of ALEC, the group that has lobbied against emission restrictions. And for his part, DeSantis accepted almost $3 million from donors contributing to the climate crisis in 2022. And this year, he signed a bill that weakens environmental protections and bans construction of offshore wind turbines in state waters.
What I found is...
You know what, y'all? I am going to figure out how to control the weather so I can send it right towards Ronnie D, okay? As soon as I do that, as soon as I figure out how to control the weather, I'm sending it right in his direction.
People, when they start talking about
I'm
things
gonna
like
be
global
Storm
warming,
from X-Men.
they typically use that as a pretext to do a bunch of left-wing things that they would want to do anyway.
Things that they would
the
do
United States
anyway.
has already experienced 19 weather events that cost more than $1 billion in recovery. We have to be honest about the impact of climate change, take efforts to fortify homes and cities, and start the work to transition to energy that doesn't use carbon.
Yo, when is Aiden Ross gonna go to jail? Aiden Ross is going to cause somebody to die one of these days, and he's gonna go to jail. Not soon enough. Well, there was the one TikToker. What did he do? What didn't he do? There was the one TikToker who was streaming through the hurricane because Aiden Ross apparently said that he'd give $70,000, and then Ross put a message in the chat and said, "Don't do that. Like, go save yourself." It's, oh my God. Oh, and Aiden Ross is also a reason why Lieutenant Dan has gone so goddamn viral. How I would target DeSantis.
It's right here. Israel's right here. Bye-bye, Israel! Bye-bye!
Do you want to know what's insane? It's pretty wild that at least from what I've seen, Speed has seemed to kind of escape from, he got Saudi Arabia instead. I know. Well, yeah. We've watched this clip before. That he seems to have escaped the crazies online for the most part when it comes to Israel and Palestine. Like, can you imagine if any of the pro-Palestine leftist Twitch streamers had done something like that? You think that would have gone over well for any of us? I can tell you the answer is no. Okay. All right. Y'all. So this came out today, the 50 most influential influencers, the creator A-list. And I have to say, I did feel better that I saw YouTuber friends saying, I know 4 people on this list. There's a lot of people who they were like, who I've never seen this person in my lifetime. I'm not going to go through this, but there's also been a bit of backlash to it. From staggeringly talented TikTokers to the Instagram stars we can't look away from, these are the names who will and should be dominating the business of new and old media. I saw some backlash to it just because it's been a really, really rough time in the entertainment industry, and a lot. Oh, what interesting. I'm just gonna scroll. Hold on. I'm not gonna stop. One of the people I passed is who, when Will and I went to Coachella, we were forced to sleep. And this was a house that Will and Hassan had rented. And Will and I were forced to sleep in a room with bunk beds. And this certain influencer and another influencer who didn't even know each other and didn't know Hassan and didn't know Will took the room that Will and I should have slept in, and they locked it was a Jack and Jill bathroom, and they locked the bathroom door so we couldn't even access the bathroom. And yes, I've talked about this before. Yeah, we got so scammed. And I was like, wow, hot LA influencer girls will just scam you, huh? They just get away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. But they do, man. They do get away with it. Anyway, there was some sensitivity around this because the entertainment industry has just been, it's really been in flux, and a lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people have had to move out. We had, the pandemic and back-to-back strikes, and there has been a decrease in production, especially in Los Angeles. And so a lot of people who've worked in the entertainment industry for a long time have been feeling the crunch massively. And for some of them, they've had to give up. They've had to give up working in the entertainment industry and move out of LA. And so I think there's some... I think like this Hollywood Reporter list coming out and talking about how these are the new stars and how TikTokers and influencers are taking over the industry of new and old, and that is the truth. Is like the entertainment industry is now thoroughly meshed with digital media, and you see this everywhere, from red carpets where you've got TikTokers doing bits on red carpets. So you see this from red carpets to who's booking work, to who's just getting who's getting opportunities because of the power that digital media influencers have. Hawk Tuo took over everything. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'll just blast through this real quickly and see if I even recognize Adam Faze. Wait, like Faze? Or is that a different Faze? I don't know who that is. Amy Song. Oh, I think I've bought some of her clothes before. Alex Early. Isn't that racist girl? Amelia. I know Amelia from Chicken Shop. I actually know more. No, I don't know this guy. Benito. Bretman Rock. Yes, I know who Bretman Rock is. Brittany Broski. I know who Brittany Broski is. Camila Coelho. Do I know who that? I don't know. I don't know if I know who that is. Charlie D'Amelio. Yes, I know who that is. Chase Hudson. I do not know who that is. Chiara Ferragni. I know who that is. Claudia Oshry. Yeah. Isn't this bitch also super racist? There's a lot of racist people on this. Delaney Rowe. I don't know who that is. Drew Afualo. I know who that. I actually know more. Okay. All right. I'm not such a boomer. Drewski. I don't know who that is. Evelyn Ha. Don't know who that is. Hannah Berner. I don't know who that is. Heidi Wong. No. Jack Schlossberg is on here. You know Drewski? I don't know. There's no photo, so. Okay, if you guys think I know Drewski, you got freaking Jack Schlossberg on here. Jake Shane? Nope. I don't know who that is. Jay Shetty. Yeah, because all of my, I'm sorry, basic friends treat him like the absolute guru. Oh my God. My girlfriends wanted to do a book club once, and they wanted to read the Jay Shetty book, and I was like, I'm out. I'm sorry. Like, no, he's the best. Jibby Tatro? Yes, I don't know who that is. Kai Sinat. Oh, okay, let's go. Kai Sinat, Twitch. What's up? Twitch, represent. Okay, can I just say, Sanat is credited with popularizing the slang term Riz, a shortening of charisma. Yeah, remember when that's what I thought when Nandre said, do you know who the Rizzler is? Because of that, okay? So there are some things I know and there are some things that I don't know. All right. Kareem Rama. Wait, Subway takes. I don't know if I know who this is. Keith Lee. No. Christy Scott. Oh, is she one of those family vloggers? Have I covered her before? I don't think so. I don't recognize her. Lofi. Yes, wait. She's an influencer? I thought she was... It's weird to put her on this list. You know what I mean? Like, how do you put her next to someone who does like TikTok? I don't know. Lily Singh. Okay, I kind of got to be honest. Why is Lily Singh on this list when she's been around for a long time? Lily Singh is one of the OG YouTubers, correct? Isn't this supposed to be a, like, here's who's new and hot in Hollywood? Anyway, whatever. My fam, I don't know. Mel Robbins. Mark Phillips, Miss Tatiana, Nara Smith. Oh yeah, she's the Mormon girl. Nico Heller, Noah Beck, Prajakta Kohli, Reese Feldman. Yes, because he did Creators for Palestine. Yes, and I am so jealous of what he does. This is the type of thing where my brain never would have thought to do something like this, but I am obsessed. I'm obsessed with what he does, and I wish that I had done this. You ever see someone who does something that you're like, man, I would have been really good at doing that? I wish I had thought to do that. Rhett and Link. Yes. I've heard of these guys. Ricky Thompson. No. Sabrina Breyer. Oh yeah, she's that. Hey, that friend who. Sean Evans. Yeah, obvi. The Sterniolo triplets. No, and no. No. Tana Mojo. Yes. She's another person who's been around a really long time. Tefi Pessoa. I don't know who that is. The Agents. Oh, I don't care. I'm sorry. Okay. Cool. That was awesome. Wow. I guess this is the 50 most influential influencers. So maybe that's why they have some old heads on there. Anyway, sick. Cool. Cool beans. Kind of wild that they didn't have anyone else from the like streaming world. Not Mr. Sonic Gen, you know? I'm surprised.
It's good. It's good.
I would have thought that there were more from streaming. Yeah. Kai was on the list. True. They did that list before Iron Mouse's subathon. And also I don't think they would have put Iron Mouse on ahead of like a Pokimane or Valkyrie or I Show Speed. Singer, actor, and political commentator Caroline Kwan deserves to be on that list. Yeah, you see my name on that list, and I'm gonna be the biggest. Who? There will be someone going through that list going, who the fuck is this? Who? She seems pretty old to have started doing content creation. She seems like she doesn't know how to do anything with tech. How is she on this list? Maybe the 30 under 30. Twilight Star. I'm gonna break something to you that's gonna be real hard for me to say out loud here, but it is no longer possible for me to be on 30 under 30, no matter how successful I become. Nothing short of Brian Johnsoning myself could get me on that list. What about 40 under 40? Well, I need to get into some tech scam where after I make the list, I'll most likely be arrested. I'll be federally indicted, you know. That will get me on there. You know what I want? Fuck the 20 under 20, 30 under 30, 40 under 40. Give me like 100. Give me 100 people in their 90s. 100 above 100. Give me 100 above 100. Yeah. How about that? Okay, y'all, we're going to watch the Ta-Nehisi Coates and Trevor Noah conversation. Also, exciting news. I don't know why I took my headphones off. Exciting news. My copy came today. It's kind of tiny. It's smaller than I thought it would be. See? These are my hands. These are my hands. It's pretty small. That's what she said. Yeah, so I was aware of this book before that CBS interview, but especially after that CBS interview, I went, I am buying this and I'm reading it. And then I'm going to send it to Ms. Giff. Yeah. But anywho, I'm going to try to start this tonight. So if anybody else got it and wants to read along, I mean, we won't be reading along, but I just mean, you know, in spirit. In spirit, we'll be reading together. So anywho, this really is one of those situations where it's very important to support an author and a book. Now, Ta-Nehisi, he's very well known. He's not a guy who has trouble selling his books, okay? He's Ta-Nehisi Coates. He's a liberal darling. But in this instance, having very high book sales after the media tour that he's had that kicked off with that CBS interview where Tony DeCoupille, Tony Two-Time was posing questions to him that suggested, in Tony's mind, that Palestinians not only are responsible for the oppression that they face, but that it's actually deserved, which is really fucking crazy to do on a major news network, but also not out of the ordinary. Crazy as far as we leave biases at the door and we ask tough questions, but we are objective in our questioning. It's not objective at all. And also the problem with that interview was not that Tony was mean, you know, that he was tough. The problem was what he was saying. And that is a problem that extends throughout mainstream media. It is not only acceptable to, it's not only like commonplace to see an anti-Palestinian bias in mainstream media, it's acceptable. You will not face professional consequences. And Tony is well aware of that, which is why at the meeting that they had, he brazenly said, yeah, I disregarded the ethical standards because ain't nothing gonna happen to me, bitch. And guess what? Nothing did happen to him. And instead he's being defended by corpses like Sherry Redstone. And, you know, he's got a lot of friends in the media who think that what he did was what everyone should be doing. Classic Tony and his bullshit. Anyway, I've been really excited to watch this conversation with Trevor Noah and Ta-Nehisi because Trevor Noah, as we know, grew up as a young boy at the end of apartheid South Africa. And in fact, his mom who was black and his father who was white, interracial marriage was banned until apartheid collapsed in 1994. So his birth was a crime. So his mother had to pretend that she was visiting, that she was like working for them, that she was not his mom. And sometimes she would get caught visiting the house and she would be sent to prison for weeks at a time and they would hear nothing of her. So Trevor Noah has personal experience with what it means to grow up in an apartheid system. And even after apartheid ended in South Africa, the repercussions, you know, the consequences of an apartheid that lasted as long as it did in South Africa means that those repercussions are still felt today, 30 years later. So he understands this, and his first book, his memoir, talks about his experience as a boy being born illegally, because can't be doing that. Can't be having interracial marriage, and certainly not interracial children. And he's having a conversation with Ta-Nehisi, who's the author of The Message, who has really shaken up the liberal establishment with his gasp, affirming the humanity of Palestinian people. Gasp.
Good to be reminded, you know what I mean? That
when I was growing up, from Good Times all the way to Fresh Prince, I was seeing a different type of blackness where it wasn't its full complexity. And so I was like, we got to get to that. And then the music filters to us, and the style filters to us, and the vibe filters. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
And because it is novel, and because it seems to be completely, like, you know, devoid of all conflict and struggle in a weird way, we aspire to it. And then I came to America, and then I met Black Americans who were all like, man, I can't wait to get to Africa, man, I can't wait. They're like, man, I gotta, man, do it. And I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait,
I think I'd rather be the guy who double
circumcised
like
Israel Palestine. You know what I mean? My
Tony
cousins were
two-time.
and I was like, wait, we're trying to come here and you're trying to come here. Ta-Nehisi Coates is not just one of the sharpest and most beautiful writers working today. Every time he puts something out, it seems to shake the world. The Case for Reparations, Between the World and Me, his work on Black Panther, and his new book, The Message, is no different, because in it, he travels to South Carolina to tackle book banning. He goes to Senegal to rediscover roots that he's not sure he has. And then he delves into one of the most difficult subjects in the world today, Israel-Palestine. Most people know his work, but very few people know the man behind the words. And so this week, I sat down with him and my good friend Christiana to get into the conversations that he doesn't always get to have and try and figure out how and why he sees the world the way he does. This is What Now with Trevor Noah. Yeah, man. Ta-Nehisi, welcome, man.
Thanks for having me. This is what we're going to do the whole show? Because I can keep going.
We can. Actually, that's the first thing I do want to ask you is like, do you ever feel like, do you ever miss being treated like a normal human being? Because so many people, I think, see you as only an intellectual body.
Yes.
That I don't know how many people just like shoot the shit with you.
Well, fortunately, I have family and friends who really don't care. They just don't care. You know, I've been thinking about this a lot this week. It's very, very important. Like, I'm a writer, and so that gives me a kind of status, right?
Yeah.
But I am rarely the smartest person in any room. I'm not the funniest. I'm not the best looking.
Do you know what's so funny is that it's usually actually the smartest people who say that. It's always the dumbasses who are like, I'm smarter than everyone in the world. Wonder why that is. Wonder why people who are actually thoughtful and quite brilliant and well-spoken and, you know, the actual smartest people in the room are the ones who will be very self-deprecating like this. But I am literally smarter than everyone in my room right now. Are you alone? Are you the only person in the room?
The most athletic. And
Dunning-Kruger, yeah. Yes. The less someone knows, the more competent they think that they are.
So that's good. It's, you know, good to be reminded, you know what I mean, that the thing out here, this is the abnormal thing. You know what I mean? And then there's life.
Do you pop into the abnormal thing and then you live mostly life?
I try to stay as far away from the abnormal thing as I can. It's very deceptive.
Yes, that's a Capri
And I think
Sun.
it can damage people.
So what's this like, going fully back into the abnormal thing, promoting a book?
You know, it's dangerous in a very
Dude, of course
particular
Farley's
way.
hitting his bell.
I think like this sort of thing is always dangerous, but it's dangerous in a particular way because you actually are speaking on behalf of another group of people.
Oh, yeah.
It's not really your story for a lot of it, and so you're trying to take extra care with it while at the same time still being you.
For sure.
Frankly, I don't know how long this can go on for.
What do you mean by that?
Farley, I'm just trying to drink my Capri Sun and listen to Ta-Nehisi Coates and Trevor Noah. Come on, man.
And we've experienced this as Black people, like watching maybe white people who end up in spaces that we cannot be and advocate for us. And it's like, there's just great danger in being that person. You know what I mean? And there are people who, this is like where my darkest thoughts go. There are people who profit off of those positions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I have to say what I really, really need to say, and then it's very important that I get out the way.
I'm sorry, but a perfect example of this is the book White Fragility that Robin DiAngelo wrote that every white person bought to try and understand racism, which, okay, sure, but didn't read the works of actual Black authors. Like, you cannot begin and end your education and understanding of racism from white authors. It's simply not sufficient, and you should expand past that. So, if you read White Fragility but didn't read anything from Black authors, of who there are many, and they have written extensively on anti-Black racism, well,
it's really, really important that I, go on to next,
That's an interesting thought because I think everyone has a different example of it in their heads, but I know for a fact I've seen people who, it's seldom writers. I think more people on social media where they sort of traffic in the pain and suffering of others. At first, they're bringing awareness to it, and then at some point, you're like, "Is this is this how you make your money now?"
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. This is your beat.
They almost
like who? Ta-Nehisi to start with, Angela Davis, James Baldwin, Malcolm X, especially like if you're gonna, if you want to learn about the civil rights era, read from Black authors who lived and worked and were activists during that era. Bell Hooks is amazing. Yeah, there's that's why I'm pointing to Ta-Nehisi because we're watching a podcast where he's speaking on this exact thing.
This is what I'm talking
They're almost like ambulance chaser lawyers where you go, I don't know if you actually care that people got hurt at work.
Yes.
I feel like this is how you make your money
it's your
now.
thing.
That's it.
So you're concerned about like people conflating somehow the things you're discussing with the project you're making and saying you're the spokesperson now.
Yes. But I would say even more deeply, like my intention is to make room within the frame for people who have been pushed out of it. That is my intention. So it's not even like it is a concern about perception, but there's a deeper concern about purpose.
Yeah.
I think like one of the questions I've gotten over the past few days is, are you worried about the pushback? Are you worried about the blowback? Not really. I kind of knew what that was, and I knew what was going to happen going into it. But once the attention started, I think the thing I immediately began worrying about was becoming the guy and not clearing space for people who really, truly, truly, truly know and can really, really speak in a way that I actually cannot.
It's difficult though. I remember when I started on The Daily Show, and like Christiana has been with me almost like from the beginning. Because when did you come in?
2017.
Oh, I love that you know the dates.
Yes, I was
love
an
that you know
early
the dates.
hire.
Yeah, it was early. So I'd been there. That means I'd been only for a year. I'd been hosting, right? I'd been there 2 years, but a year hosting. And I remember exactly what you're saying. What I always loved on The Daily Show was that I had a platform and an opportunity, and I always saw it as like not an obligation, but like an opportunity. I was like, oh, this is cool. We get to talk about these ideas. And Christiana was always the person like filling in gaps for me. And she's like, oh, Trevor, have you heard of this story? And I think there's a way we could look at this. And to give credit to the building, there were many people who did that. It was like a brain trust. That like sort of, and then I was the sponge and the filter who goes, I don't know if that works. I don't know if this works, etc. But to your point, it's like let's say we would talk about a shooting that takes place. And then we talk about another shooting. But then very quickly people would be like, oh, hey, there's more shootings and there's more shootings. And you got to talk about, and then it's weird because on the one hand, you want to be the person who gives voice to a topic. But on the other hand, you don't want it to be your thing.
That's right.
Because in a strange way, you can either lose yourself or you can make people feel like it's you trying to make it your thing.
Right. And you cheapen maybe the thing that you're trying to actually bring attention to.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I've been actually thinking about, and was just in a conversation with someone about this earlier today, about like what I can do structurally that is not visible, that is not, public, to advance that aim.
It's so interesting. I love the book, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I was
It would be great if you said you hated it.
well,
what a joy.
I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it. I didn't think maybe this is my politic. It wasn't that radical. I was like, this is not that extremist. I was like, this is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
That's how I read it.
Right.
But the thing I was most profoundly moved by was your reflections on childhood.
Yeah.
Because I'm raising children now, and I often think about how my son is experiencing his childhood, how my daughter is experiencing her childhood. And when you spoke about being a restless child and the confines of the classroom.
Yes.
And, reading kind of being this retreat from you, being passed down by your parents. And it was like you spoke about the portrait of your father made that you're carrying with you. And I was like, to me, it was like a reflection on beautiful parenting in a way, but also a child that probably wasn't that happy a lot of the time. And I was just, to me, it was remarkable that this child that was so restless, that would cry about a story about the
wow, you really read the book.
No.
You actually read the book.
Anteater is the same child that ends up in the car.
Yeah, he's saying you really read the book because a couple of the other interviews and appearances he's had very clearly were people who didn't read the book or only read certain parts of the book and couldn't even recite his quotes back to him correctly. Literally, he's not radical. I think what the Ta-Nehisi media blitz has shown us, and especially that CBS interview, is that he is not radical, and especially not when it comes to Palestine. What he, the conclusion that he came to was a simple one based on his experiences. Like the moment he stepped foot in the West Bank and could clearly see what has been largely kept from the West, especially before October 7th. And it's no different than any other observations that one may make of something that you see with your own eyes. And yet he is of course being treated in the way that anybody who is not explicitly anti-Palestinian and treats Palestinians as human beings is treated by major media outlets, where you are treated like the enemy. You are treated like a supporter of evil. Calling Ta-Nehisi radical is like calling empathy a radical idea. Yeah, and I think he would also say that it's not radical at all. Like where he got to from where he was a transformation, and yet it's not radical because it is just simply it was just simply the truth. It was just simply something that he had not understood until he saw it with his own two eyes.
And it's being like, oh, they see me as mixed, and is now in South Carolina dealing with this teacher. To me, it was just like, you know, you call your books your children, but it was so much about you. It was very personal and very introspective, and I feel a lot of that is being missed in place of the final chapter. And what you experienced in Israel and Palestine.
You know, it's funny. I knew that was going to happen too.
Okay.
And I was okay with that. One of the cool things about books is like they sit there. And so people will come back and they'll see that over time. And in terms of just getting to
it's super simple.
The more personal aspects of stuff, I always tell my writing students, like, your readers could be doing anything else. You know, they could be watching TV, they could be on their smartphone, they could be playing video games. You really have to justify the time. Like you really, and so like I am always like trying to sacrifice and bleed on the page. You know, I really need you to feel like my work is worth your time. You know, and so I'm trying to give everything I can. You know, when I'm writing.
Let me ask you a question about, you know, like on a human level. I honestly have to ask you this
He's
because
been a brat all day.
Angry on people's behalfs. But man, we haven't been able to stop talking about the CBS interview.
Wow.
We and I mean, when I say we, I don't just mean the people who make this podcast. I mean like my friends, people online, people. And I'm
totally off.
Oh, you really?
Let me tell you something. Oh, you're off?
I'm completely off.
You are not happy about that.
I mean, I'm obviously hearing this from other people.
My friend, let me fill you in. Let me fill you in.
I'm so
I
jealous.
don't think you understand the shockwave that interview created. Not because of what you said, but because of the way people felt like you were treated. Just the
Oh my
openings.
God! So Ta-Nehisi Coates doesn't have to see Eve Fartlow calling him raging anti-Semite. Oh, what a dream! What a dream! He's not seeing the most annoying people online who have the biggest victim complexes. Talking about him. No wonder he's so well adjusted, for real.
Self of that
I know.
conversation.
Right.
And I'll never forget the question that you get asked, where I think it's Tony who says to you,
when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist.
Yo, I sat there. I don't get flabbergasted by much. I genuinely don't. I sat there and I was like, what? My first thought is, yes, but if you remove every context from everything, then everything could go anywhere. You know what I mean? If you remove America's history and America's journey, America's this, then it's like, yeah, those people who fought against the British, they were terrorists.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can call it like, the Boston Tea Party. That's terrorism. If you remove the context, everything has no context. And I'd like to know from you, why you think people do that. Why do they remove all context when speaking about Israel-Palestine?
I've been trying to process why I wasn't so insulted. I think it's a couple things. I think, like, I love all of those awards and accolades, but they're not really me. So, okay, you take them away, it's fine. You know what I mean? I'm still me. I think also, I have been in this, in terms of the research and the writing, from, over a year now. And I guess, again, and I know I keep saying this, how much, the extent to which Palestinians have been pushed out of the frame. Understanding how much of this was a third rail. I really, I knew this was coming.
Okay.
Even the, right to exist. Like, I knew, the state's rights to exist. Like, it was like you've been, shadow boxing and waiting for a fight. And you see somebody throw the left that you've seen your sparring partner throw 1,000 times by then. And I figured at some point it was going to be a fight. I didn't know it was going to be right then, but I figured at some point it was going to be a fight. I want to say something that actually is really important. The thing that went wrong in that interview more than anything, as far as I'm concerned, is Gayle King is a great journalist and a great interviewer. And Gayle came behind the stage before we went, and she had gone through the book. And I'm not saying she agreed with the book, but she was like, I want to ask you about this, I want to ask you about that. I want you. It was like
Gayle was considered.
Oh my
if there's
God!
one thing Gayle King is, it's considered.
Listen,
but she didn't speak.
It was her handwritten notes. Her handwritten notes with it. You know what I mean? She had all these things, and I think while on the one hand, he probably did me a service, you know what I mean, by just kind of commandeering that interview, I don't think he did Nate and Gail a service. And I'm really, really sorry for them. More than anything, I can take care of myself. You know, I'm good. Like I said, I've been hearing these arguments. I've been rehearsing.
Also, there's a new piece out in ZTO News, and basically it covers what led up to the Ta-Nehisi Coates interview and then what happened afterwards. And what happens in a setting like this is there's an outline, okay? There are questions that have been, you know, that have gone through legal, that have gone through all the right, you know, all the proper vetting, and there's a plan. And of course, you know, it's an interview, and so things might deviate, but as an anchor of a media outlet like CBS, you have a responsibility to adhere to the ethical standards that have been set out, that you have previously agreed to, and to follow what the what the pre-mapped plan was. And so who's the other guy, the other CBS anchor? I can't remember his name. He started off, he got one question out, one question going off of that, that one sheeter. And then Nate. Yeah. So Nate started off, he's following the plan. Gail, you know, she had the book all marked. They were, you know, they were not going to, they were not going to do anything crazy. And then Tony came in and just railroaded the entire thing with his very clear anti-Palestinian bias. And it was so stark. It was so stark. And that's why that interview has racked up like 30 million views, because it is, I mean, look, there is so much anti-Palestinian bias in media. It's like oxygen. Okay. And once you notice it, you know, it's oxygen where you can't see it until you do see it. And once you notice it, you see it everywhere. But there are still instances of there are still instances like the CBS interview that still will be even worse than what the norm is. And that's why Ta-Nehisi was like, I expected there to be, you know, I didn't expect this to be easy. I didn't think that they would go along with everything that I had said. I mean, this is Israel and Palestine, for God's sake, like the most contentious subject. And yet it was shocking to him. It was shocking to everybody who watched, even those who are aware of how anti-Palestinian our media is. Oh, fuck.
You know, if this is what you want to do, I'm okay doing it. Like, I'm good. I was okay.
There's no more oxygen.
I'm okay.
There's no more oxygen left because they've taken it all up.
Don't cry for me. I'm sure, you know, that interview will sell a lot of books. Because the fact of the matter is that reaction is actually endemic of what I'm actually writing about.
Yeah, it is.
There is no way in the world you can imagine a journalist who took the other side of that coming on here and somebody saying,
right,
if we took away the cover, if we took away the awards, I feel like I would find this in the backpack of a settler colonialist.
Yeah.
You can't even imagine that.
Yeah, that framing just wouldn't
it doesn't exist. It's like 10 steps that need to happen before, and they aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't even there. You know what I mean? And so I think to your point, sorry, I'm taking a long time to answer your question.
No. This is why we're here. This is a long time. There's no 20 seconds here, by the way. That's the whole point of a podcast. Yes. We don't have 20 seconds.
But to your point, removing the context, I think, is actually essential. You know what I mean? Because if you start asking why, then you really, really start to get into trouble. I mean, one of the things I've really tried to maintain, both personally and in, you know, my public presentation, is obviously my great horror at, maybe not obviously, but my great horror at October 7th.
Right.
The fact that I don't say that perfunctorily, but I say it because at the core of my politics is human life.
Yeah.
And human life really, really matters to me. And thus, by that same token, if human life matters on October 7th, it should have mattered on October 6th and October 5th too. And understanding that it didn't. When I went over to travel to the West Bank and to Israel, and I was up and down the country, I went to, from Haifa, Jerusalem, South Hebron Hills, Hebron itself, Lyd, Tel Aviv. What they told me was Gaza's worse. And I know you've seen some stuff, and you remember them tell you Gaza, and this is obviously before October, they said Gaza is worse.
Wow.
And I was trying to get there, but there's, all sorts of things in terms of press access and everything that I couldn't. And so I just think, like, is there room in the world, and I don't think there is right now, I actually don't think there is, to have genuine horror at what happened on October 7th, to feel like there really isn't a world in which, or reason that I can apprehend, I'm not Palestinian, I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates, that I can apprehend for justifying anything like that. And yet understanding at the same time that things have histories, that they happen in the course of events. The example I think about all the time is like Nat Turner, right? Like Nat Turner launches his rebellion in 1830. This man slaughters babies in their cribs. You know what I mean? Like, and I've done this this experiment for myself over and over. Does the degradation and dehumanization of slavery make it so that you can look past something like that? And I try to imagine, and I think I can accurately imagine as much as possible, that there were enslaved people, no matter how dehumanized, that said, this is too far.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of these examples throughout history, and nothing else gets the condemnation and the pushback than when talking about Israel and Palestine. And, if Ta-Nehisi, if they had been talking about apartheid in South Africa, and he wrote a book that, talked about included in the book the violence that some Black South Africans committed against white South Africans in the course of ending apartheid, and were designated terrorists. I mean, let's not forget Nelson Mandela was designated a terrorist until 2008 when Barack Obama was president. And if that had been the topic, Tony or whoever else in MSM would not have suggested at all that this is an equal, not that Tony even said that, but that this is an issue where both sides need to be given equal weight, right? Or in Tony's case, because the equivalent of what he said about Palestinians is that he would have said Ta-Nehisi was biased against South Africans, and would have said that, white South Africans would have said that Black South Africans were perhaps deserving of the apartheid system that crushed them. So the point is that no, this would not have been the case were this book about apartheid in South Africa, or about, Africans who rebelled against their European colonists, or, slave rebellions.
Now, here's the flip side of it. And I haven't said this out loud, but I think about it a lot. Were I 20 years old, born into Gaza, which is a giant open-air jail, and what I mean by that is if my father is a fisherman and he goes too far out into the sea, he might get shot by somebody off of, the side of Israeli boats. If my mother picks the olive trees and she gets too close to the wall, she might be shot. If my little sister has, cancer and she needs treatment because there are no, facilities to do that in Gaza, and I don't get the right permits, she might die. And I grow up under that oppression and that poverty, and the wall comes down. Am I also strong enough, or even constructed in such a way where I say, this is too far? I don't know that I am. You know, I don't know that I am. You know, and I just wish we had room to work through that. You know what I mean? And to think about that and to talk about that. And I think that is not unique to Israel. That is not unique to Palestine. That is not unique to Zionism. That is human history. That's human beings. I always tell people, you know, like, they think if they lived in the time of slavery that they would not have been enslavers. And I always tell them, you would have.
Yeah, same thing with, if I had been there during Nazi Germany, I would never have been a Nazi. I would never have done what they did. You know, actually you would have, because here is a situation where a population of people have been, systematically discriminated against. They have been crushed by the boot of power. It has been on their neck for 76 years. They are facing a genocide. It is a place that is now the most dangerous place in the world for children. It has the largest cohort of child amputees. More children have died in Gaza in the last 12 months than, all across the world for the past 5 years. This is a place where more UN workers have died in the past year than in any other year. That it's the highest. It's the highest amount of journalists and media workers who've died since they started collecting data in 1992. Since they started, keeping track of it. This is a place that is, a place and a people have only known violence, and you support this. You support this violence against them. You have dehumanized them and believe that they are not only deserving of nothing in life, they are deserving of nothing in death. Not even an accurate representation of how they died. So yeah, you would have fucking been a slaver or stood with the slavers. You would have been on the side of Jim Crow South. You would have been with the white South Africans during South Africa and apartheid. You would have stood with the Nazis. You fucking fascist piece of shit.
You would have, because it's a system.
Yeah.
And most human beings, we exist within,
we exist within the
context.
system. Yeah, we do.
Within context. And without that, you know what I mean? This idea that there can be some triumphant, heroic individual who's going to go above and beyond, that's not a real thing. That's not history.
We're going to continue this
Black
conversation.
Smoke X,
right
thank you
after
for the
this
2
short
months.
break.
A lot of similar talking points between defenders of apartheid South Africa and Israel, of course. I mean, Israel supported
I think about,
white South
sometimes
Africa.
the best way for me to process a story that's happening now is to take a story that isn't happening now. Because
Like this, it's just not fucking hard. It's not hard to understand that these are different systems, but they are also the same. That these are, every time it is an instance of power versus non-power, and how power is used to oppress and subjugate, and it's why you can find it's why you can find these through lines between these various systems of oppression, because they come from the same roots.
I have a little room, I have a little context. But I remember having a conversation with President Obama when he was still in office, and we were talking about this, like it was in an interview, and we're chatting, and I've asked, state officials the same question. As I say, I'm always intrigued by the notion of like a strike, as they call it, and the collateral damage. And I always go, do you ever wonder what collateral damage causes? And I'm not saying to justify, but do you ever wonder what it causes? So one of the stories that always stuck out to me was there was a strike that was conducted, and they were getting, I think it was one of the heads of ISIS. He was in the back of a taxi. I don't know if you remember, it was like, and they shot down a missile, got the taxi, he was dead. And they were all happy about it. And I remember we were at the Daily Show talking about this. And I said, wait, where did they kill? They said, yeah, we got him, clean strike, gone. I said, what about the taxi driver?
Yeah, man.
And they were like, oh, yeah, well, the taxi's gone. I said, well, what about the taxi driver? And they were like, yeah, but this is an ISIS terrorist. I said, okay, maybe it's because I come from a quote-unquote third world country. Being a taxi driver, even in America, by the way, even in a first world, is like those people are responsible for so many lives. Being a taxi driver is not a passion job. It's not a career that you aspire to. It's like, this is what I'm doing to make ends meet. And I go, when you've taken out a taxi driver, how many lives have you taken out around him? And I know you're celebrating that you've killed this person, but who might you have radicalized?
Yeah.
Who might you have, and that's I think one of the reasons I love your writing so much is because it challenges us to continuously approach the most difficult topics with the nuance that anger and violence oftentimes don't get, And to go back, funny enough, to that first question you were asked on CBS, I hadn't read the book, right, when that happened. But I was now ready for this chapter. I was like, man, I read through the book and I'm like, okay. And I'm reading about you loving American football in the beginning. I'm like, oh, this is sweet. But in the back of my mind now, it's like, when you've watched a movie trailer and they've only shown you one part and you're like, I mean, I know it starts out right, but when does the explosion come? And I'm reading these sweet stories and I'm picturing you crying because of a football player who's like lost, he's paraplegic and you're crying and you're having this journey. And I'm reading about you in Baltimore and your father and you learning about reading and loving and writing and talking to your students. But in the back of my head, I'm going, get ready, Trevor.
Right.
There's a chapter in this book that is going to make you think about Ta-Nehisi differently. I'm like, what is this extremist thing? And what nobody mentions in that interview, you spend the first...
This extremist
I want to say like 10-ish pages speaking about the Jewish history.
Yeah.
You spend the first 10 pages talking about the Holocaust. You spend the first pages talking about going through the memorial. You talk about the names, that a book of names that shows you all the millions of people who died in the Holocaust. You talk about the most painful stories, those soldiers killing 2,000 Jewish people, not because the war was still happening, but because they just didn't want them to be free and they knew the Russians were approaching and they were going to free them. And I didn't know some of these like individual moments. And I was like, damn, this is hard. Damn, this is painful. But all I kept thinking was like, wait. This is not in the backpack of an extreme. This is like...
It's probably not.
No, but that's what I mean is like you...
No, it's not.
And maybe this is, it's a long way of me getting to the question. And that is like, why would you start telling the story of the Palestinian people, that chapter, why would you start that story with the history?
Oh my God, I'm about to send him into his dad's office and leave him there. He is out of control. He got into the garbage. I heard him snuffling around. He keeps hitting the bell to go out. Oh my God, I'm going to take his ass when he gets back in here. I'm putting him in his dad's office. I'm sorry, it's distracting. He's being a brat.
Of the Jewish people.
It's actually not about the Palestinian people. And I have to be pretty open about that. It takes a particular perspective, definitely. But if you notice, there's like symmetry, although it's not deliberately called out, between that Senegal chapter and the Israel chapter.
Yeah, I felt that.
Yeah, and it's because in Dakar, I'm confronting stories, imagined ideas that play a role in the politics, and then having to deal with Africa as an actual place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? With people?
Yeah.
People who don't celebrate Kwanzaa, you know what I mean? Like having to deal with that, and frankly, I still haven't quite figured it all out yet, but the mess of that, and then, like working through that, right? Man, it is something to have an African name that nobody in Africa has. That's what I have.
Oh, wow.
I have an African name that nobody in Africa has, right? And so you're kind of like working through that. And I actually think that's okay. I actually think that's fine. But like trying to work through that. And then here I am in this place where some of the, I would say, nationalist impulse that I grew up around and grew up under has been taken to like the nth degree. Like it's actually been operationalized. It's not, just people without power trying to, create stories and trying to preserve themselves and trying to armor themselves against an oppression. It has become an actual state. And I knew I was gonna write about that, but you see, this doesn't work if you can't see yourself in Israel and in Zionism. If you think it is just evil people over here doing an evil thing, then you've missed it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You've missed it. This started somewhere. You know what I mean? It started somewhere. And I have to be honest, and I said this in the piece, once I started reading like the documents around Zionism, it was like, on one level, I was like, oh, this is so clearly colonialism. Like, I recognize a colonialist discourse. Well, first of all, they use the word colonize, but also, depicting the people over there in a certain way, either as
Why isn't this guy letting the other people talk? First of all, this guy is Ta-Nehisi Coates, author of The Message. Second of all, he's the guest on the podcast. They're interviewing him. What? What are you talking about?
They don't exist, or they're savage, one or the other.
He's cooking.
But the
Let
other
him
part
cook.
was, I recognize the yearning. Like, I recognize, Moses has talking about being a member of a degraded people. At one place he says, your nose and your hair won't be made to disappear. You can't pretend you're German. He's saying this before the Holocaust. You know what I mean? You can't hide your Jewishness. You should be proud of it. And all I can hear is like Malcolm X, right? Yeah. So I'm like, recognizing, like, I can feel
the parallels.
The parallels, yeah, and the fraternity for it, and the sympathy. Like I understand it, but then you see where it goes, right? You see where it goes, and how a people who have been just repeatedly degraded over centuries, massacred, killed, chased, ethnically cleansed themselves out of Spain, can go somewhere and perpetrate and create a system of just dire inhumanity. I say this having seen it, against other people. That was a challenge for me as a Black person, actually. You know what I mean? Like, as much as I was like concerned about Zionism and what it did, because I started thinking, and this is imaginative and speculative, but this is, I think, what writers are supposed to do. What would we be if we had power? Like, what would we do? And then there's this discourse around Liberia where African Americans had this whole thing about, we're gonna go back to Africa and we're gonna civilize our brethren, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna Christianize and civilize them. And you see, my God, like, we could be seduced into the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm very strong on this point. This is not a Jewish era. It's not a Zionist era. You know what I mean? This is a deeply, deeply human temptation that is wrong, but human nonetheless.
I find in the book, what I found was interesting. I feel you implicate yourself. You talk about, I see American imperialism. I see, evangelical Christianity. And as a bearer of an American passport who can go through certain checkpoints that other can't, I am enmeshed with that, whether I like it or not. So you're like calling yourself out as an American in a way that I don't think people are necessarily acknowledging. You're not saying, this is the big bad Israel. You're saying this.
So I'm pretty sure Ta-Nehisi went to Israel and the West Bank last year, and he wanted to try and go to Gaza, but by the time he could go, October 7th had happened, and then it was just, obviously not possible. So he doesn't write, in his chapter, in the part of the book on Palestine, he doesn't write about Gaza because he said he didn't get the chance to firsthand experience it, even though obviously he recognizes, the immorality of what has been, what has happened in Gaza before and after October 7th. But he was very specific about wanting to base his writing in his book on his actual experiences.
This is us.
It's actually us. And that's the key difference, because people will tell you, they say, well, what about, Sudan? What about China? What about, they'll name all the places where horrible things are happening. What about Saudi Arabia? And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. But this is our horrible thing. That is the key. That is actually the key difference. Every single fighter plane that drops a bomb on Gaza came from America. Every single one.
Made in America.
One. I got that from, there's a report by this guy, Josh Paul, and this great Palestinian-American law professor, Noura Erakat, that they wrote together. Josh Paul used to be in the State Department, and he worked in the area that oversaw the sale of weapons to other countries until he was just like, I can't do this anymore. And he sent me, a couple weeks ago, like the report that he and Noura had done, just outlining the human rights violations that had come over the past year or so. And I saw that line about, and this was after, and I was like, my God, this is really all us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also, side note, anybody who signs a bomb is a sick fuck of the highest degree. Never in my 32 years of living have I ever thought to myself, I want to sign a bomb. I don't give a shit where that bomb is going, okay? If you were like, oh, this is a bomb that's going to land on Adolf Hitler, I don't care. That is fucking weird, man. It is so sick to be like, I'm going to sign a message on this bomb. It is sociopathic behavior. And the fact that these bombs are also, you know, they're going to blow up civilians around the world, a lot of whom are children. Like, it is insane. That is fucking insane.
Get more and more evidence. And I'll tell you even more so because we walk around the world, we go around the world, maybe not walk, we go around the world saying we are the font of democracy. We advanced ourselves through the fight against enslavement. We advanced ourselves through the fight against segregation. Mm-hmm. We advanced ourselves, you know what I mean? Martin Luther King is our patron saint. Yeah. But we are supporting segregation right now. Right now, so that's the one thing that about that CBS interview, right? Like, when I say segregation, apartheid, not once did somebody say, that's not true.
Yeah, he kept on saying, and why is that?
Right.
Yeah,
not, that's not true.
Yeah. He said, and why is that happening? I mean? Why is that?
Which every single perpetrator of segregation in Jim Crow says. I'm sure he said it about apartheid.
Yeah, no, they said
all sorts of good reasons to do it.
Well, for me, that's the parallel. It's like, you know, I've had this conversation, sometimes argument with some of my friends, you know, some Israeli-born, some just of Jewish descent, and we'll talk about this. And, you know, one thing I wish people knew more of is how broad the spectrum is. For instance, just to what you said now, we had on, you know, one of the other podcast episodes, we had the author of Sapiens and Nexus, Yuval Noah Harari on.
Yes.
And he said, I'm a Zionist. And he said, but this is what my definition of Zionism is. It is me believing that Jewish people have a right to exist in a state where they do not have to run away because of their nose and their hair. And I'm paraphrasing that part, but essentially that's what he said.
Right.
And then he went on to say, Israel's committing crimes in Gaza. And he said, in the West Bank is even more indefensible because there's not even a boogeyman Hamas to blame it on. And he said that students should be protesting against the U.S. because, in your words, funny enough, he said, it is America's participation in that specific thing. And when I think about apartheid, like, I'll talk to my friends, and I'll be honest, I think this is what it is, you know, and I think we're all guilty of it at different times. None of us wishes to be labeled something that we can never get out from under, right? Nobody wants to be called a racist because this is now a stain that they wear forever, and there's no coming out from under it, you know? And so that's why people are so, in my opinion, people are so afraid of saying, oh yeah, that was racist. What I said was racist. What I did was, because they're like, no. I know where this goes. I know. And I've noticed the same thing
I'm not
during
racist.
apartheid. The architects of apartheid were like, no, this is not, no, I'm not racist. They're like, no, we do this for the Bantu. And they said that you must understand the black cannot govern themselves. The black does not have the capability to understand governance, and we are protecting them, and we must keep. And then when I talk to my friends in and around Israel, Palestine.
FYI, the same argument is used by defenders of Israel who say that Israel is not an apartheid state, and they say because at the heart of an apartheid system it has to be racism. This isn't racism, so therefore there's no apartheid here, you anti-Semitic asshole. Yeah, it's the same. And obviously, you know, people in organizations, which include every major human rights org in this world, including ones in Israel, who have properly identified Israel as being an apartheid state, are careful not to directly compare Israel to South African apartheid because there are differences there. But what they do is they, use the international definition of apartheid and then all of the collected evidence from within Israel's borders and in the occupied Palestinian territories, and that is how Amnesty, that is how Human Rights Watch, that's how B'Tselem, all of these human rights groups have come to the conclusion that, yes, Israel does qualify as an apartheid state per the international definition of apartheid. But they did the same shit in South Africa. They're like, nah, it's not racism. Black people just can't govern themselves, so we got to do it for them.
And I would say to them, they go like, oh, how can anyone call it apartheid? And then I'll say, okay, let's do it this way. You tell me what's different. I'm just going to tell you what apartheid was.
Right.
I'm just going to tell you what it was, and I would like you to tell me where you see a discrepancy.
Right.
And I go, okay, so in apartheid, your ethnicity determined what your life could be, where you could go, what job you could get,
BR,
how long you
thank
could
you for
stay in
the
the major
gifted
part
sub.
of the town where the power was held, or, you know, where you could move or not move. That's what apartheid did. Then they're like, okay, it's like that. But, and I'm like, no, don't give me reasons. Let's forget reasons for a moment. Let's just talk about what it was and what it wasn't. And I go, apartheid also said that you couldn't vote depending on your ethnicity. Or yes, but and I go, you're my friend. I'm not indicting you. I just want you to tell me how it's different to apartheid.
Yeah.
And oftentimes it's ended at, yes, there's many similarities, but it's because.
It's because.
And I go, I have yet to find a thing that happened in our past that didn't have a because.
It's always like that. And what I don't think folks realize is that's actually a further indictment. That's actually because you sound like the thing you think you're not.
Right.
And you don't know the history of the thing you think you're not well enough to realize how much you actually sound like it.
Yeah.
You know? And so when you say, for instance, you know, the Palestinians have done this, that, you know, suicide bombings, you know, terrorist attacks, et cetera, that's real. That's real. And nobody would like deny the pain of that. You know, the problem is the violence of the oppressed that's always the reason. That's always the reason, you know? And so, you know, I was on a podcast with somebody else and we were discussing this, and it's like, I just gave you that Nat Turner example, right? And I say, well, I think killing babies in the crib is wrong. Like, I don't think I could do that, right? But that doesn't justify slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make, that doesn't, then you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
the loop, that's
you
where
can't
the
say
loop, yes.
because, you know what I mean? That therefore justifies, no. And I think like this is like a principle thing that cannot be gotten past. Either you think there are good reasons for segregation, apartheid, Jim Crow, or you don't. You know what I mean? And in my mind, there is never any reason. You know, like my dream of liberation is not like enslaving white people. That would be wrong. Like I oppose enslavement. You know, I use the death penalty example.
He's like, look, we're not going to enslave white people. That's crazy, right? Right. I was gonna make a point here of blah, 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 blah. Oh, yes. Well, as we know, nothing justifies October 7th, but October 7th justifies everything. That is how people who support the genocide against Palestinians feel. That they will hear nothing. They do not want any discourse around how history didn't start on October 7th. They either don't want to hear it or, you know, they deny it because they don't want to hear it, because here's the thing, all right? I know this might sound crazy. Most people would not consider themselves to be barbaric. They would not consider themselves to be supporters of things like genocide. Okay, you've got some psychos out there, all right? Of course you do. But most people consider themselves rational and moral and on the side of humanity. And so there's a cognitive dissonance when you support the actions of Israel while also trying to be a person who, you know, believes that they stand against injustice and they stand against, you know, they stand against the very things that Israel's doing to Palestine. But it's always in the context of nothing justifies October 7th, but October 7th justifies everything. Where by that, you know, it's not justification, it's for like justifying October 7th. It's understanding how the fuck, why October 7th happened. And they don't want to do that. They do not want to hear about the decades of occupation. They don't want to hear about the thousands of kids who had been killed by Israel before October 7th. They don't want to hear about the West Bank in 2023, it being the deadliest year, on record for the last couple decades. Like, they don't want to hear any of that.
The time I am opposed to the death penalty. There is no because for me for the death. There is no, he's a serial killer, killed 30 people. No, I'm against it.
Yeah.
I'm against it for Dylan Roof. Like, I'm against it. There's no because for me. And I think we all have those things. It's just the bare truth of it is some of us do not have those things for apartheid. That's just the truth. Some people think, and that is scary for me as a Black person, because now I know who I'm talking to, because you would do that to me if there was a because.
We can't imagine ourselves that way, or we can't imagine ourselves doing the worst, or, It's interesting that we understand it fundamentally as humans, but then when it comes to practicing it...
Israel never attacked a music festival. Okay, have you heard of the Nakba? So the Nakba wasn't a music festival. The Nakba was historic Palestine. And as Israel was founded in 1948, because I guess we're having to do this, there were over 750,000 Palestinians who were violently dispelled and dispossessed of everything that they owned and no longer allowed to return, and were turned into refugees who, a few million of them ended up in Gaza, who now have become refugees 8, 9, 10 times over in the past year. So if you are basing your understanding of this, of this 100 years of violence on Israel never attacked a music festival, so therefore they've never done anything, haven't done anything wrong here, that's insane. I'm gonna tell you that. Israel, okay, fine. I guess specifically there's never been a music festival. Although I'm sure if you were to comb back through the past 76 years, there would be instances of Palestinians singing, and playing music, would that be a music festival to you? But I can tell you a lot of other times that Palestinians have been murdered, have been, have faced a lot of violence. They attack funerals when they're peacefully marching, when they're sleeping in their homes, when they're going to school, when they're attending, a mosque, when they're at the mosque, when they're praying, when they're, giving birth to their babies. There are 200 babies who were born and died in this genocide in the past year. 200 babies born who never got to live. Yeah, Israel assassinates American citizens openly. If you're a journalist, if you're a medical worker, doesn't matter. So anyway,
our fear takes over. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I remember getting into a passionate argument with a friend of mine around Israel-Palestine. And he was like, but Trevor, what do you want us to do? And that Hamas is trying to kill us, and we think these other countries around us want to kill us. What do you want us to do? And I was like, well, I want you to not kill babies. I want you to not kill children. And he was like, no, but we don't want to. And you got to understand where Israel's coming. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not saying that. And then I said to him something that I truly believe, but I don't know, again, because I haven't been fully tested. I don't know that I would be able to exercise it, and maybe even I said, you know what it is? It's the burden of the good guy. When you watch a movie, you watch a James Bond movie, all right? For all his flaws, you watch James Bond. James Bond is pursuing one of the villains. They've got like a vial that's going to kill the whole world, some virus. The bad guy gets to drive through a crowded market, crashing everyone who's in it, and not give a damn. James Bond has to stop, has to go around people. If a woman is thrown, he has to catch her.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Israel has an AI literally named Daddy's Home that tracks people who are suspicious, waits to kill them till they're in their homes, potentially with their whole families. Yes, they have 2 AI systems. One is called Lavender and one is called Daddy's Home.
If a child falls, he has to stop here. Superman, oh man, I want to go after Zod, but the building is falling. So I have to stop the building from falling because while I'm trying to beat Zod, the building is full of people and my mission is to save people. And so I cannot let the people die in my fight with Zod just because I'm trying to get Zod. And do you know what I mean? I keep going, I'm like, man, we understand it on like on a hypothetical moral level when we watch it.
Right.
But when we're tested, very few of us pass that test to get beyond our fear.
The other thing is like the building is filled with people who are not you. You know what I mean? So then it's like
there's a third called the
how can you have empathy beyond yourself? Which I just think, I don't know, man. Like one of the things that I thought a lot about there was the Israelis I spoke to. They spoke in terms of survival, right? Which is actually, and that's why I started with Yad Vashem, which is, I mean, when you have faced, real existential violence, you would start to think of things in those sorts of terms. But equally interesting was like the story they told about that survival, not all of them, but one of the more popular versions of it, which holds that they went like lambs to the slaughter, like that there was no real resistance. And, and so it's a kind of like, not just, I won't let genocide happen again, but next time I'm going to go out, fight.
Chatter literally did what we were talking about, the music festival attack justifies anything Israel does, war crimes. Just, totally.
I don't think that story is particularly accurate. I don't think that version of it, it doesn't correspond with how oppressed people act under systems ever, any human being, ever. But I think also beyond that, it's like, what is life for? Like what is living for? What is like what you're trying to survive for what? And like you say, you haven't been tested, so I agree, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I don't know if my life depends on daily killing babies. I mean, I might jump off a building myself.
Right.
Because I don't know what my life is then. Like, I don't know that I have a life worth living myself. Like, when I think about that, when I try to do that thought experiment, like, I feel like I've, like, somehow lost, like, is it just oxygen?
No, but in the book, I think you answer it when you talk about the parallels between the dehumanization of Black people and the dehumanizations of Arab and brown people.
Yeah.
When you no longer see the humanity in these people, I think you can do anything, right?
Right. But what about like your own humanity?
Yeah. Well, you're losing your own humanity by the act, which is, I think, the sadness in all of it. I think
don't know. I would challenge that. Funny enough, I actually think it's the first part, and it's what you said. I don't think many of the people are forced to. They're not challenging. We are not challenging our humanity because we've made it numbers, because we've made it statistics. And you talk about this in the book. If you go read like the articles, and I think I'm really happy that Gen Z has been as on this as they have on like
Gen
TikTok,
Z, shout
on
out.
Twitter, on all of it.
Shout out Gen Z.
You now see with a real clear lens how the media tells the stories about what's happening in the Middle East. They will say, a family killed in Tel Aviv, a group. They'll make it human, and on the other side they'll go 60 Palestinians. But Palestinians is not a thing.
No, this is active versus passive voice, of which we've talked about a lot in the last year, shown a lot of examples where this is what I mean when I say Palestinians are not allowed to have their humanity in life or in death. Like during life, they are erased. Their pain is erased. Their lives are erased. Their right to life is erased. And then when they die, they are also they are erased as well. Their deaths are not even given. They're not even given the respect and attention that they are deserving of. And God, it's like, people should have that in life, but you can't even do that in death.
Humans. Right. Do you know what I mean? A Palestinian is not like when you think of it, if you take that word.
It is always the meme of the goose that's chasing the guy going, how did they die? Who killed them? Who shot those bullets? Who did it?
should remove it and just write humans, children, humans, children. I don't think anyone, to borrow your words from the book, would be able to grapple with that constant toll and pain. Because we'd be like, whoa, how many humans and how many children and how many people? And I think that's actually what it is throughout history, even if we zoom out from the conflict in the Middle East, what we've been very good at doing as a species, you know, through a few people who have assumed power, is they've managed to dehumanize the people that it's happening to so that we don't have to question our humanity. So when the US drones a part of the Middle East where it's a wedding or no, it's collateral damage, insurgents.
War,
We
you know
got
what?
the-
You know
but-
what it is? War is ugly. War is ugly. People who do not want to reckon with the reality love to pretend that that's what they're doing by saying war is ugly. The reality of war is that it's ugly. But no, because they want to continue to support the empire and not be challenged at all in that, not recognize their responsibility and take accountability, and they just want to mindlessly prop up the empire and say things like war is just so ugly. Oh, is it? That's all it is. That's just what it is. So, okay. Hind Rajab, who was in a car with her family, and there were a total of 355 bullets that Israeli tanks fired at that car, and then they murdered the 2 emergency workers who were sent to save her as she was on the phone with emergency services crying for help. That's just war is ugly. Really, there's nothing going on here that requires us to take maybe a little bit more of a look here. Just war is ugly. War is ugly.
Collateral damage is not people.
It's
You get what I'm
not
saying?
torture, it's enhanced interrogation.
Exactly. And that I think is actually it. Don't go anywhere, because we got more What Now after this.
It's interesting because when you go to South Carolina, you go to this kind of school board meeting in where people are defending this teacher called Mary. They're trying to ban your book, basically. And it's interesting to me that you were saying, how can they do that to me as a Black person, or as a really prolific Black author? There is this movement to ensure that children don't read your book because they don't want the widening of their imagination, their aperture.
We gotta save the kids.
How did it feel actually living through that? Because it felt that like you were more burdened by what you saw in Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, Timmy, I mean, that was one of those moments where it only further revealed the barbarity of people who are just full-throatedly supporting Israel, that there is literally no red line. Okay, there's nothing. There's no act of just profound evil, just the most evil thing that can be done. There's nothing that will get people to go, actually, you know what? This has finally crossed the evil line. This is too evil. No, and that's because dehumanization is so powerful. It is a very, very effective tool in providing the consent that is needed to carry out such evil acts. Yeah, remember when IDF soldiers murdered that young man with with Down syndrome? I like can't even get into the details of that one because it is also just it was one of those moments too that just it shakes you. It absolutely shakes you, even as you've been paying attention to everything happening. And it was it really I have given up thinking that people who condone those acts of violence just extreme violence, that who condone that can be saved, right? Those are not people that I bother with anymore. You know, if I tweet about Hind, or anything related to the violence in Palestine, I don't bother with those people because they're just so fucking depraved, and there is no line for them because they don't see Palestinians as human beings. So there's no conversation to be had.
But you were more personally impacted by what was actually happening in South Carolina, kind of like in your backyard.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Why was I not more burdened by South Carolina? It probably is the fact that this is less of a threat to me than it is to the students and the parents. And I didn't really feel
Angry Bullet,
like
thank you for
Between
the
the World
15
and Me is
months.
going to be fine.
Yeah.
You know, so I probably felt it less personally. Maybe some of it also was the fact that it was like, I got to tell you, this was a little weird, right? Because it was really white self-interest that I was observing. And I mean that actually in the best way, right?
Yeah.
Because look, like all people, you know what I mean? These white parents down here, they want their kids to have a first-class education.
Mm-hmm.
They want them to be able to go out in the world. They don't want people mocking them and laughing at them. And, and to them, it's like book banning. Like, I'm going to have to send my kid out into the world and, like, I come from a district where they ban books. Like, they, obviously have enough sense to realize that is not how you raise a worldly kid with, expectations. Like, these were kids in an AP English class, right? So they're trying to get credit to get ahead in the university. And it's like, this is like barbaric. You know what I mean? What we're talking about here. And so when I say self-interest, I mean, they might even have my politics, but they recognize that part of a first-rate education is reading different things, taking things from different, like it was kind of that recognition of that value. It's not we completely and totally agree with Ta-Nehisi Coates. You know what I mean? It's just we want our kids to have a relatively high-level education. And as I say in the book, I mean, you can mock that, you can laugh at that, but there are not too many freedom struggles that have been advanced without, some group of people from the majority seeing their interests, there
sure.
too. So I was fine with it. I want to say something really quickly, and I have to remind myself to say this all the time as I talk about this. I was talking before about my sympathy, like how I was reading the documents and everything, and I felt, like the similarity. In reference to that, I get how hard it might be if you are Jewish and you're trying to reckon with this stuff. You know what I mean? That was the other reason why it was kind of written the way it was.
Yeah.
Because, man, and I have some exposure to this in other ways, but I won't make this about me. I can imagine it is great. It is really, really difficult to be within a system. I saw it with my own eyes, actually. Within a system that tells you you're noble, that tells you what you're doing is correct, that tells you are within the tradition of people who have been correct, within a movement that is correct, and somebody is telling you, no, you're actually sticking your foot on people's throat. That's hard to take.
Yeah.
That's it doesn't mean it shouldn't be said, by the way. It should be said.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, but to deconstruct like the core of your identity in that way. Because when you do it, what's left?
Well, there are two stories. Well, one less a story, but I don't know if you remember when World Central Kitchen, Jose Andres.
Yeah, man.
They I mean, he does.
Especially because identity, Jewish identity is very important to the Jewish community. And Israel and Zionism has been made core to Jewish identity. And that was necessary for Israel to come into being, where they needed the message to be that Israel is inseparable from Judaism, that Zionism is inseparable from Judaism, and as a Jewish person, you must always defend the project of Zionism. And it is core to Jewish identity. It's what I talked to my Jewish friends about this, where they were raised going to Hebrew school. Every time they would get together with Jewish relatives or wherever it would be, where this was hammered into them. And my Jewish friends are all anti-Zionist Jews, and it has, and did not just become anti-Zionist because of October 7th. But there are more Jewish people who have become anti-Zionist Jews since October 7th. And it is a real reckoning. It is. It's why they chose the name Israel in the core scriptures, referred to as the nation of Israel, right? To give it that biblical significance, that weight. Yeah, and I know that for anti-Zionist Jews, they have had to face losing their community, losing, these fissures in their families, and often they are alone. They are alone in their community as being one of the sole anti-Zionist Jews. Sam has talked about his own journey in that context too, I think. I shouldn't say all of my anti-Zionist Jewish friends were anti-Zionist before October 7th, but I also think it's something where for those who previously had rebuked Zionism, it only became that much more it only became that much more important too after October 7th.
Does an amazing job. He's all over the world, and he just feeds people. And it seems like such a simple mission, but what he does with his organization is there's a devastation anywhere in the world, from natural disaster, from war, you name it. He gets in there, and he gets in there faster than most giant organizations, and he just feeds people from Haiti to Florida, from Gaza to Syria.
When I was growing up in Saudi, I was shocked from a young age by how unaware many Americans are about this so-called conflict. Now that I live in the U.S., I see how the media portrays it in a biased or misleading way, shaping public perception and downplaying the role their country played. I feel hopeful. Many Americans are finally becoming more aware, but it's not enough. Last year, our government passed a resolution saying that Israel is not an apartheid state. Our relationship with Israel is so deep. It is so deep, and it has been exposed more than ever. The Zionist the Zionist roots in our government and in media, and how it doesn't matter if we have a Democrat or a Republican in the White House, they are going to be doing everything in the United States' power to be supporting Israel. And as far as the changes, that hasn't changed as we are aware of. But what has changed is the court of public opinion. Not saying that whoosh, we had a 180 from where Americans stood on Israel and Palestine, where, largely supporting Israel. But there have been, huge waves of change, and especially with communities of color, with young people. Young people we're already distrusting of legacy media. Young people ain't watching CNN. They're not watching MSNBC. They're not watching the legacy media outlets and establishments that their parents and their grandparents did, because they think it's all bullshit. They already feel like you fuckers are lying to us, and so you're just continuing to lie to us. So they have sought other places for information. And it's not to say that there's not problems with TikTok and social media, but it has meant that they are not as, they haven't been as inundated with the propaganda of the empire. Oh my fucking God, something is happening with the baseball. Okay.
Syria, he gets in there and he feeds people. And one of the more tragic stories that came out of
between Farley and the goddamn backyard baseball. I can't hear myself think.
the Israel-Palestine conflict was, I think it was 7 of the World Central Kitchen people being killed in a strike. And there's been all these reports, and then like the Israel government said, it was like rogue, sort of like some soldiers in the ranks who weren't supposed to be doing something. They went against orders, and it's muddled. So I won't, put my foot anywhere in particular because I keep reading new things about it. But what was most interesting for me was seeing that he got interviewed afterwards he got Haaretz, in Israel. They did like a almost full page spread on him, like an interview. And then he was on, I think it's Channel 12 in Israel. And I saw multiple people online when that was happening saying, and it seemed completely earnest to me, they said, this is the first time I have seen a story saying anything about what's happening in Gaza from inside Israel. Yeah. And I saw multiple people saying that. Yeah. Multiple people saying, I wasn't hearing this. I wasn't seeing this. I wasn't, and in a way, I think of what you talk about in your book. When you talk about the importance of being a storyteller, the responsibility that writers bear, the obligation that you have when you're putting words on a page. Because I think about how powerful it is to be able to craft a story or a narrative for people. One of the key things I hear from many white South Africans, some could be lying, but I think genuinely when I talk to them, many of them aren't. They'll tell me straight up, they go, Trevor, I didn't know.
I think that's probably
And I'm like,
Caroline, I have a question I'm trying to do my best to ask in a thoughtful way that isn't intended to be disrespectful because of the deep relationship the U.S. and Israel have. Has this been part of the reason why there are people who believe the harmful myth of people of Jewish descent having control over things, which is what's been going on since October 7th? Has that been an increasing idea? Well, the answer to that is that we, as per our policies, support Israel, support the state of Israel. It does not mean that there is not anti-Semitism that is also a part of this country. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who is a rabid Christian nationalist Zionist, is also somebody who has promoted the Great Replacement theory, which is anti-Semitic. So the anti-Semitism comes from Europe, which is why Jewish people fled Europe in the first place. And during World War II, as we know, they were the policies of the Roosevelt administration meant that they did not have they didn't allow Jewish refugees to come into the United States. And one reason why both Britain and the United States supported the state of Israel, the founding of Israel, was because of anti-Semitism, in the hope that, the Jews will leave Europe. Great, that fixes that problem. And then also that they'll leave the United States of America. So there is still anti-Semitism that is, of course, separate from, it has nothing to do with anti-Zionism, because politically we support Israel for our interests in the region, and for also reasons of anti-Semitism. I mean, Richard Nixon was the most anti-Semitic president, and he was the one who really kicked things up a gear in financially supporting Israel. He really started to he was the one who is the reason why we now give Israel over $3 billion a year guaranteed. That's outside of the additional funding that we have given since October 7th. But that is a year after year, $3 billion guaranteed to Israel. And Richard Nixon was the one who really took our relationship with Israel to the next level. And he was simultaneously one of the biggest anti-Semites. So let me think if I really addressed your question there. the conspiracy theory of Jews control the media, or, you know, whatever, Jews control the world. That is anti-Semitism, and that has been around for a long time. And I've talked a lot about like how anti-Semitism is a reason that the major studios in Hollywood were founded, because Jewish people were not allowed into high-end theater. They were forced into vaudeville. They made their way out to the West Coast and founded these major studios. And that was because, you know, it was the same thing with like why Jewish firms existed, because they weren't allowed at non-Jewish firms, and they would always put a non-Jewish name on the firm because of anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism exists and has existed for a long time, and it stems from Christian Europe. And the reason we say that Zionism is anti-Semitic, that Zionism is bad for Jewish people, is because by conflating Zionism and the actions of Israel to Judaism, it means then that all Jewish people are responsible for the death and destruction that Israel causes. So to people who don't have this nuanced understanding of what we're talking about, they will, you know, potentially have have negative views towards Jewish people, look at them as a monolith, look at all Jewish people as representative of the state of Israel. And so by opposing Israel, then they go, okay, well, I guess all Jewish people are bad. I'm Jewish. Also, people like Netanyahu keep trying to associate Zionism with Judaism. I mean, that goes all the way back to Theodor Herzl. That goes back to the founders, the modern founders of Zionism, where they knew that they needed to marry Judaism with Zionism because it would, one, you know, do what it has done all these decades later, which is to provide cover for being against Zionism. Because if Zionism is Judaism, then being against Zionism is being against Judaism. It's being anti-Semitic. It's him and the state of Israel that are trying to breed anti-Semitic attitudes so they can justify their genocide, so they're the ones that put Jews at risk. Yeah. Jewish people are not a monolith, right? Just like every other group of people. And yet Zionism relies on monolithing all Jewish people and equating them to Israel. So Israel is all Jewish people are Israel. Therefore, all Jewish people are responsible and sign off on what Israel does, which is not true. What I'm saying is, like, this is the logic here. This is the, you know, this is the reasoning behind why Netanyahu and all, you know, political leaders before him and the founders of Zionism sought to make it so that Judaism and Zionism would be inseparable. Same reason patriotism is tied to capitalism, to make the citizens feel tied to consuming. These are just strats those in power use to get the people to uphold their systems. And the other thing, too, then, is that people are afraid. People are afraid that if they criticize Israel, they will be called anti-Semitic, because they will be. And it's a very effective, it's very effective propaganda. It's a very effective strategy. Oh, you can't criticize you can't criticize this government. You can't criticize anything the state does, because then you are anti-Semitic. And because of the painful history of anti-Semitism, people are very cautious, and they don't want anyone to think that they're being anti-Semitic. So they'll stay silent. They'll be like, oh, I guess I can't say anything. Oh, shit. Well, I'm not anti-Semitic, so okay, I guess I won't say anything here. I saw a Zionist former classmate of mine who literally posted that saying, if you think 10-7 can't be talked about without including the history of the region, that you're anti-Semitic. Yeah, I mean, the word anti-Semitic has been thrown around so much that now just saying that Palestinians are human beings is anti-Semitic. Acknowledging the existence of Palestinians existing is anti-Semitic. And if everything is anti-Semitic, then nothing is anti-Semitic, which is not true, because anti-Semitism is real. It's always existed. And yet, because of that watering down of it, because of, when you call everything anti-Semitic, then it dilutes real anti-Semitism. And what the ADL has done, and what they have admitted to doing, is they now consider any statement, any act that is pro-Palestine, they consider that to be anti-Semitism. So they have, put all of it together in one giant pot. So somebody who attacks a Jewish person because they hate Jewish people, because Alex Jones has told them that globalists are taking over, that George Soros is taking over, whatever, that is anti-Semitism. But that goes into the same pile as someone who says Palestinians are human beings and deserve rights. Now that's anti-Semitism too. So yeah, wearing a keffiyeh is anti-Semitic. Okay. Anyway, I hope that made sense. So, yeah, basically, to sum up, conspiracy theories like that have been around for a long time, and they are likely to be believed when you are looking at the media and you see how there is such an anti-pro-Palestine bias, and how, Zionism is supported because it's always been supported because of the United States relationship with Israel that goes all the way back. And so people then who don't have understand the nuances here will go, well, wait a second, then the Jews do control the media, because they have conflated that. They have conflated support for Israel and, a Zionist influence as this is the Jews who are doing this. Right? When they look at Hollywood and see how if you speak out for Palestinians, you'll get blacklisted. You'll get in trouble. But if you say, you can say whatever you want to say, even if it's the most Islamophobic shit on the planet. And so somebody who looks at that might then go, well, okay, I guess this conspiracy theory isn't such a conspiracy theory. And this is why it's dangerous. This is how real anti-Semitic conspiracy theories are being, having life breathed into them. And then you've got also accounts like Jackson Tinkle and, those other assholes on Twitter who, they are racist, okay? These guys are horrible. They're not supporting Palestine because they are morally good. Because, Jackson Tinkle is a guy who is on the side of humanity. And, he's no Michael Brooks, okay? All right, Jackson TT. And Jackson TT has 2.8 million followers on Twitter. He went from under 1 million to almost triple the size. And there are definitely people who follow him who will believe, you know, who don't understand that Jackson TT is bad, that he's not doing this. He's not doing this because he's a good guy. And so when Jackson TT makes a connection, right, does something that is clearly anti-Semitic, okay, he's feeding into conspiracies. Now he's got all these new followers who support Palestine. I'm not saying that they're all just super bad faith racists like Jackson TT is, but they are susceptible then to falling into anti-Semitic conspiracies because all they've been hearing is that Zionism is Judaism. He confuses me because how much money could he possibly be making? I don't know. I mean, fuck that guy. I don't even like to talk about him, but he's just an example of someone where I can't believe that I still see accounts who I respect retweet him. I'm like, please, there's so many other people to be listening to who are not Jackson TT.
What do you mean you didn't know? And they go like, Trevor, they go, nobody knew what was happening. And I'm like, how could you not know what was happening in apartheid? And they say, remember, we had the national broadcaster.
Yeah.
They broadcast what we watch.
Yeah.
We weren't getting international stuff. It was banned.
Yeah.
You weren't getting music from America that was anything like Sugar Man and all these songs that question. No, we weren't getting anything. So our reality was shaped by the government. And if your reality is shaped, you almost have to be like Neo to escape.
Yeah. You really got to do something.
Because I always think about
really
that, you know, on that level, I go, forget who's a good person, who's a bad person. Think about what kind of person you have to be to say, everything in my reality makes sense, but I'm going to question it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think about how many Israelis don't get like the story on all sides. I think about how many South Africans didn't get the story of apartheid. They were
He's
just
an
told.
op.
Yeah,
I'd
they were
believe
even
it.
told that black
I'd
people loved
believe he's
living
an
there. By
op.
the way, they were like, no, this is great. They're loving it. They love how they live, and then they would show, look at the violence, or the ANC's trying to disrupt this thing. They're trying to
Yeah,
blow
we can look
everything
at
up.
Andrew
We've created a
Garfield
working
after.
system. Everyone is happy,
Mm.
and maybe, you know, it's a question I have to you then as a writer, is like, how do you escape that? How do you even begin the journey of puncturing your reality? Do you know what I mean? You know, I think it's important everyone who listens to this understands that the book as a whole, it's not, if you think it's Israel-Palestine, it's not. That's the most contentious issue right now.
Right.
But the part of the book where you're going into Senegal, for me, is like you having to puncture a reality. You having to now see Africans as human beings who don't just exist as numbers. It's not just the beginning of a slave trade.
Right.
Oh, it's people.
Right. It actually started back when I was in college, because when I went to Howard, I was in a history department where
Hogan,
they were
thank you
very
for the
scholarly,
gifted.
and it was like all of this stuff about like they came and kidnapped us and we were kings. They had no tolerance for any of that. And it was extremely disruptive of my concept of what Africa was and what it meant for me. And I finally, you know, went over myself. And I think, you know, what's interesting. So I think by then I had let go of a lot of stuff, right? And I say that I'm still in process because even as I was walking down the street, I really do think the film was still over my eyes. And I'll give you an example. I would just like repeatedly remark on the beauty of the Senegalese people, right?
They're very beautiful. We have to say that.
Okay, but I have a question about that.
Yeah.
I have a question about that.
Yeah, go, let's do it.
Is it that, now they are, but is it that, or is it also the fact, and I'm speaking as an African-American maybe here, that you grow up under all of this stuff telling you you're ugly, you're unattractive, your nose is too big, your lips are too big, your hair is like all that, and then you
I
go,
served
you're like,
Ta-Nehisi last night. It was an
these are
absolute
stunning
pleasure.
people.
Oh shit!
And you see them, and they're the coolest people in the world too. Like they're smooth, and you know what I mean. Their style, and it's like, what? You know what I mean? And so, I am trying to, I guess, comprehend how much of that is me looking at them through this. You know what I mean? Trying to escape like what I've been told here, and how much of that is the reality of it.
You mentioned the ideology niggerology,
Yes,
which I couldn't get over that even existed.
Yes.
I know it existed in an abstract, but this real way of thinking.
Yes.
And you were like, have I been somehow tainted by that?
Yeah.
That I'm surprised by the humanity.
Oh, that was the worst part.
Of
that was the
other
worst part.
Just the way they live. And then
no, it was that was. So I think like yes, you know what I mean. I obviously did bring it with me. Like that's just the truth of it. And the fact of the matter is, all of the work I had done to escape it. You know what I mean. I don't know if you ever get out of it. The second thing was like, I had read all of the scholarship about how the door of no return is bullshit. It's not real. Not that many people went through. Gore, ain't this and Gore ain't that. And I'm gonna tell you, when that boat pulled off, I lost it.
Yeah.
Even knowing,
something, yeah.
yes, even knowing this is BS. Like empirically, this is not what they said it was. You know what I mean? And so, what does it mean that even after you deconstruct all of this stuff that is myth and is not real, like some of this stuff still has a hold on you. I mean, there'd be evenings when I would sit with two of the people I talk about in the book, Hamadou and Hanada, and it's like we have this whole conversation about who's mixed and who's not and all of that sort of thing, right? But see, the fact of the matter is, while some people might find that conversation hurtful, we had to have some kinship to even joke like that.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just say that to people. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta have, like, there has to be something there.
Still kin.
Right. You have to. You have to.
Yeah,
It's
like
actually
cousins
quite
ribbing
rude
each
if
other.
it's not.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's like cousins ribbing each other. But why are we cousins again?
Yeah.
Damn.
You know
But it
what
was
I mean?
like when
But why? I mean, we are.
Yeah.
I feel it.
Yeah,
I'm not like,
yeah.
I feel you.
You know what I
feel
mean?
you.
But what?
When you mentioned how like kind of grieved you were by them saying, the women out here, they bleach and they change their hair
that hurt.
because they want to look like African Americans. It seemed like that really sat with you. You were like, okay, now what has happened here?
Yeah.
That it was so meta that you couldn't really
Because this is
process
at the
it.
same time as I'm doing, you're so beautiful. Like, I'm doing that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
why would you want to look like us? Like, why would you? And then, the other thing is, and I don't know if this is where you're going, I might have cut you off.
No, go for it.
But we look the way we look because rape is an indelible part of the experience of enslavement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not a gift.
Yeah, systemic sexual assault.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why, it is the way it is.
Yeah.
And so, and it's actually a marker, in that way of our division.
It is very much so just aware. Yeah, aware. It's something that we know, but also aware.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In the way that we were kind of very much like as Nicole Hannah-Jones says, like born on the water. Like that was like, what we were there was stripped away, taken, and then something out of what was left of that and, what we got here forcibly, became who we are.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's probably even tied to the why are we cousins thing. You know what I mean? Because it's like, what are we? Like what?
Yeah.
Like what? Like what are we?
It did feel like in Dakar that you experienced some sort of psychic shift. And I don't want to make it tropey because that's the whole thing of like
it's okay.
the African American, either abroad in France,
right,
writing a book.
Right, which I've done.
Yeah, which you've done.
Which I've done.
In the James
I wrote some of this book in France.
In the James Baldwin tradition.
Right.
Or it's like going to some place in West Africa. And feeling something, and you do mention the ancestors a lot, which means we're cousins because we mention the ancestors too. But you're like part of. I'm paraphrasing, but part of your writing and the tradition you're in is like veneration of that ancestry.
Yeah.
That they're speaking to you and through you.
Yes.
But it felt like with the Israel-Palestine thing, it felt that you had come to a personal conclusion based on your morality, on your feeling about the human experience. But you come out of Senegal kind of still grappling.
Yeah, no, that.
And I wonder why is that? Did it not feel like home enough, or did it feel like home? Like, what was that confusion? And there was an underlying tension there that I didn't feel anywhere else in the book.
I think it's the what are we. I think I never figured out the what are we. I know what the feeling is, but I never.
What are we to each other, or just
what are we to each other?
I feel like we're kin.
Yeah, and I felt like I felt that. But I couldn't put it into words. Like I couldn't quite name it, And I guess that's understandable. That was my first trip there. Again, a lot of that was about, grieving and being, African American. And like I think about, like I spent so much time by the water, and I think about like watching, and I talk about this in the book, like these little black boys surf. I don't think I've ever in my life seen black boys surf.
Damn.
Until I went to Senegal. And they were doing it like it was the most natural thing in the world. What do you mean?
It is. Yeah.
Because it is. Because it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it really struck me in this really, really kind of, beautiful way. And I think it probably will take a few more trips.
Yeah.
Until I'm like not amazed by that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I can, figure out like what that can is and what it means and everything.
It's funny. I think of just the differing experiences. You know what you're sharing now reminds me of when Ryan Coogler, the director of Black Panther and Fruitvale, amazing director. He was going to South Africa to do research for Black Panther, right?
Oh, he directed you. I just remembered that.
Yeah.
That's a good friend of mine. That's why I'm seeing you.
Yeah. So Ryan reaches out to me, says, "Hey, I'm going to South Africa. Can you help me?" I was like, "Yeah, I'd love to." So I said, "Ryan, let me."
I'm sorry. That is very funny that Ta-Nehisi's like, "Oh, he directed you. That's why I've seen you. He's a friend of mine." Where it's like he did. Obviously, he would know who Trevor. He knows who Trevor is outside of that. But I do love the idea of Trevor Noah being known to Ta-Nehisi because of his small acting role. Ta-Nehisi.
Hook you up with my people.
Yes.
Not tour guides.
Yeah.
Not like, no, I just want you to be with people.
That's what he said. He said he was in it.
Yeah. And so Ryan goes to South Africa, and I'll never forget, one of my best friends was with him, and they're walking around in Soweto. And Ryan's walking around, and he has like my friend described it to me. He's like, "Hey, Trevor." He's like, "Man, this guy, he's edgy, man. He's edgy. He's edgy." He's like, "This guy's edgy." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Man, I don't know. Every time we turn a corner, it's like he expects something to happen."
Yes.
He's edgy, man. He's edgy. And I was like, "What do you mean?" And then they tell me the most beautiful story, and Ryan told it to me, and so did my friend from a different perspective. But he says they're walking around, and I don't know if this was day 1 or day 2, but Ryan stops, and his shoulders relax, and he starts to cry a little bit. And my friend's like, "Yo, is everything okay?" And Ryan goes, "I've never felt this feeling before. I have never seen blackness expressed in its full range. It's like where black isn't defined by something or not something. Like no one looking at you because you are black. It might be because of your sneakers or your t-shirt, but not because. And you're not out. You're not in. You're not old. It was a weird. It's a feeling that I can't imagine. Because I can't imagine, because I was lucky enough to grow up in South Africa in a Xhosa family in Soweto. I'm like, okay. But when he described it was the most poetic thing. What a gift it is to be able to see yourself as everything and anything.
Yeah.
And I think that when I'm listening to you, and even when you read it in the book, I feel you moving through. It's almost.
I want to question that a little bit, though.
Yeah.
And the reason why I want to question that is that's what I thought, and maybe it's still true. But when that sister told me about the bleaching and everything.
Yeah.
So what is where is that?
This is my theory. This is my theory. Oftentimes, we look to those who we think have figured it out and have found, we look to those who inspire us, is the easiest way to put it, right? I know this personally growing up in South Africa. Many of us looked at African Americans and we were like, yo, that is it. I mean, I look at the struggle in South Africa. The Nelson Mandelas, the Winnie Mandelas, the Oliver Tambos.
Why would you do that if you have the range of humanity in front of you?
Because what you're seeing is a glimpse. What you're seeing is a moment. Does this make sense? I could be wrong because I'm not a scholar in this, but I do think in some ways it's because while there is still a struggle, it's not the same struggle, and so it sort of feels freeing in a different way, and it makes me aspire to you in another way, So I remember first few weeks we were in New York. Me, Joe OPO from Uganda, David, friend of ours, also from Uganda but South African. Yeah. We were walking through the streets of New York. We're coming back from a soccer match. Cops pull us over. Mind you, I was the host of the Daily Show at this point. They pulled us over. It was on 11th Avenue and maybe just into the teens now. Cop pulls us over. We're carrying our sports equipment. We're dressed in our sports gear. Cop goes, "Hey, where you guys coming from?" And we're like, "Oh, we're coming from a soccer game." And he's like, "Where you going?" We're like, "Oh, we're going home. We live uptown." He's like, "You walking?" We're like, "Yeah, we're walking." He's like, "It's midnight." We're like, "Yeah, I mean, the game ends at midnight." He's like, "You guys are playing soccer now?" We're like, "Yeah." He's like, "Do you mind if I search your bags?" We're like, "No, go ahead." And he searches it. And we're standing there, against the car, and he's searching. And I can't explain this to you. We could not have been more relaxed.
Wow.
And this all happened, and then we were done, and we're like, "All right, have a good night, officer." And then we carried on, and Joe, and now we carried on talking about the game. Joe was like, "No, Trevor, you have to pass the ball in the middle." No, Trevor.
Yo, that reminds me of when I was talking to my friend's boyfriend one day, and he was from Africa. I can't remember where he's from, but it was the same thing where he's like, I couldn't wait to get to America. And I was like, oh, okay. Just full excitement, not any caution at all around the way that black bodies are treated in this country. And we've been talking about like police brutality and how and racial profiling and stuff. And he goes, well, no, I've actually never experienced that before. And I went, oh, really? Okay. He goes, yeah, there was this one time that I was driving with my buddy and we got pulled over and we don't know why. The cop didn't really tell us. And then he got really aggressive and then he arrested us. And I was like, dude. But it's the same thing where, because that had not been his experience, because he didn't grow up black in America. He lived in Africa and then came over to America. Just like Trevor was explaining here, where he was like, oh yeah, we were so relaxed. We're like, yeah, go ahead and check our bags, because they hadn't quite yet had the experience of how police in the United States treat you if you are black. And it was wild because he was explaining this instance to me of when he got pulled over and then next thing ended up in jail. And it was like really remarkable. It was quite remarkable that he was telling me this while he had just said that he had never experienced any racial profiling. He had not experienced any any bias from the police. I was like, oh, I think you did, but I think maybe you just, it's new, and so you don't recognize it for what it was.
Thing is, and then I paused us. I think like 2 blocks up, I paused us and I said, guys, do you realize what just happened there?
Yeah.
And they were like, oh yeah, we got stopped. And I was like, no, but because we haven't lived in this experience for that long, that to us, we treated and felt differently about, because to us, that wasn't police weren't our struggle in that way.
Right.
So we were just like, oh yeah, sometimes the cops need to search you, and we'll just keep it moving.
Yeah.
That's why I say it's not a scholarly answer, but I sometimes feel like it's like you aspire to a thing that's fixed in another world and it seems like an answer in another, and yours seems more layered and more complex and more difficult.
So I have a view on bleaching, and I would encourage everyone to read the work of Professor Yaba Blay, who's done really great work on like West African communities in the diaspora and in like the black diaspora in bleaching, whether it's Jamaica, Nigeria.
Honestly, I hate to say it too, but it's like as a woman, when you're younger, you don't realize at first when you are being preyed on, when you're being sexually harassed. Like, you might feel uncomfortable, or maybe you just, I don't know, maybe it's subtle enough that you don't realize it. And then experience, and there will be experience, teaches you what it is, and it teaches you to be afraid, and that fear doesn't go away.
Etc., etc. Colonialism did a number on us.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, colorism is...
Hey, Hassan realized in real time that TSA had been profiling him. He said he always gets his hands checked for bomb residue like it was a normal part of the TSA process. This mofo. It's because he's so convinced he's white. He's so convinced he's white that he doesn't even recognize when TSA is profiling him. Hassan, guess what? To the average TSA agent, you're not white, dude. Okay? You're a potential terrorist.
So rife. Like, I grew up seeing women bleach, and it was just a very normal thing. You know, it wasn't until like I grew up and deconstructed, and it was just like, I feel like the Middle Passage, it's very clear the tragedy and the trauma of that.
Right.
Displacement.
Right,
you know,
right.
You were taken to another country,
Right.
whether it's in the Caribbean or
And then
in
can you imagine they look him up and first thing they see is America deserved 9/11?
But the people that are still in Africa who stayed, and my family who weren't taken, you don't necessarily do the unraveling of like, what did colonialism and slavery do to us? And I think it warped our sense of what is beautiful. Separate from African Americans in the media and stuff like that, like fairer is seen as better, right? And that is something that still hasn't changed. Do you know what I mean? I know women my age and young, I know Gen Z girls who bleach, right?
Did you guys have, I mean, now I'm going to sound really ignorant, but for all of his like political impact in terms of Malcolm X, one of the things that came out of that was like he made a lot of that shameful.
Yeah.
Like, even though it still happens, you know, but like that whole like looking at yourself, like it there was a stigma then from that point on among Black people about like nose jobs, changing your eyes, doing certain.
I think that there's a key psychic difference where I'm not going to speak for all West Africans, but there's a perception like this is something I do as an act of social mobility.
This is interesting.
It's got nothing to do with how I actually feel about myself or my Igbo-ness, my Yoruba-ness, or my Lua, whatever tribe you are.
Right.
It's something I do because I know in this world, especially in the country I'm in, if you are fairer skinned, you are treated better. And there's like studies on it. Like it's not.
Of course. No,
and Trevor, I talk about it all the time.
Yeah, especially, God forbid, you want to work in entertainment, you want to work in media, you want to work anywhere where you're going to be, going to be on camera. Yeah, those are absolutely things that will help you. And it's why you see it's why like, it's sad, but it's why a lot of ethnic actresses have gotten work done that makes their ethnic features not as ethnic. Like, I remember when I first saw photos of, and I love Sandra Oh, but I remember seeing photos of her eyes and I was like, she definitely got her eyes done. And I remember kind of feeling sad by it because when Sandra Oh was younger, I remember seeing her eyes because there weren't a lot of Asian people on TV, and there is something about that representation. And the it's the pressures for actresses who are ethnic, but also, of course, aging and whatnot. Multitude of factors, but it is one of those things where I understand it. I really do, because there's things that I consider changing about myself, not necessarily because I actually wanted to do it for me, but because it was a response to the expectations from society. Like, I wanted to get a nose job too, because I was told, I was made fun of for my nose being flat. I didn't like that I had an Asian nose. And so it was something that I wasn't aware of it until I was aware of it. And then that is when I wanted to get my nose done, and then realize that was because I had been made to feel less than. I had been made to feel ugly for it. And there's just a lot of instances of darker skinned actresses lightening their skin, and it's one of those, you can't divorce that from the, what she's talking about here in the podcast, where that's social mobility, right? That's doing that because it's better for your career. It's better for your place in society. But and so it's like okay, do what you want type of thing, but also recognizing that not everything is like doing what you want, Is this where you gathered inspiration from the manuscript you and Will sold? I mean, that comes from just my whole life. my whole life was poured into that. I can relate to this as a trans woman. I'm considering FFS because I know it will help me pass in society because I do not conform to a certain standard that says my Adam's apple and brow are too big. Right. I mean, this is something that a lot of trans women have experienced, where if they are not passably women, then it makes it even more difficult to live as a trans woman. And there are trans people who believe that you should do everything you can to try and pass. And so, some people who transition have an easier time doing so. But I believe, look, being trans does not, Like to be a trans woman, you do not need to pass. If you are a woman, you are a woman, right? But I also know that there is that pressure. There's that enormous pressure to fulfill, again, gender ideals, right? We're talking about trans women, and yet there's still this expectation that you must look like a woman as has been dictated by modern society. And if you don't, then you are hurting the trans movement, or you are not valid. And I reject that, but I also know it's easier said than done because I'm not a trans woman. Why is society like this? It's all made up. That's what you have to realize. We have created this. This is not, like, a lot of people like to attribute it to just natural human behavior. No, we created these systems. We created these norms, right? Gender is a social construct, after all. And I think it's important to remember that, this was not something where we innately, as a species, we're always going to be like this, and there was no other way around it.
Like all the faces of Africa, like Trevor, Tyler, why is it that the face of Africa that the West has bought into is mixed race? Because they're like, that's what we want to see, right? And Africans intuitively know that when you're like unambiguously black and darker skinned, there's a you're not going to get perceived as African American, which is closer to power and opportunity in your mind. So in your country,
status,
and status. So you're like, okay, I'm going to lighten my skin. And it's a very, again, because race is constructed differently.
Right.
Your skin is not necessarily the basis of your racial or ethnic identity. Normally it's your tribe.
Right.
Yeah.
And
fully tribe.
Yeah, it's your tribe.
Yeah.
So
fully tribe.
Bleaching your skin doesn't impact your tribe. But I think if you're in an American context.
Yeah, that's like distance. You've moved away.
And you have this
you
legacy.
definitely have moved away from your tribe.
You have a legacy of passing. Like it's a whole
because your
different
tribe
thing.
is defined by color in the US, and it isn't in Africa.
Yes.
Your tribe is always going to be your tribe.
Your tribe is always your tribe, no matter. There's not enough bleaching skin cream in the world that's going to stop me being Igbo, right?
Right.
So I think there is that difference, but there is a sadness there because I think that sometimes there can be an arrogance of, like, I'd say as an African raised in diaspora. Oh, we were never enslaved, but we lost so much. We lost so much as well. And we often have the arrogance of like, oh, we have our language, but we lost a great deal. And I think one of the things we lost was seeing ourselves in the mirror and feeling we are beautiful just the way we are. Whereas out here, you guys had the Black Power movement and we're like, we're going to reclaim the thing that you have said is not beautiful.
I wonder if, like, I'm still thinking, because you asked that question about, that essay being unfinished, but
not unfinished. I thought there was a restlessness.
Still
there was a
with
processing.
you
Grappling.
I'm with you on it because I feel emotionally, at least, it was like unfinished. Like it wasn't unresolved. And I think what I hear you saying, like when you say loss, that is something I obviously immediately relate.
Okay, hold on one second. We are over an hour into this interview. I'm not hearing much about the plight of Palestinians. Well, this is an interview about his book, The Message, which has 3 different parts. So there's his inaugural trip to Africa, and then the second part is him going to South Carolina, and then the third part is his visit to the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And so that is the part that has, of course, caused a huge stir in the media. And they spent the first 40 minutes or so, I would say, mostly covering that part. I think it's one where, obviously the struggles are connected. So that's part of the book here. But I think I would recommend reading reading the message, but there's also, like, I don't know if you're somebody who's looking for literature to show, to show you the history of the plight of Palestinian people, or if you're just like, wait, why aren't they talking about that right now? I don't know. If that's what you're looking for, we have a lot of recommendations in chat, but also in his book you'll have obviously a clearer understanding.
Late to. And it's like, of course we had the music, you know what I mean? Like, of course we have that, you know?
Yeah.
But that's a real thing. I mean, there's been this musical exchange back and forth, you know what I mean?
sure.
That is, even happening now. But I guess, if I'm honest, what I left wondering about is the root of this kinship actually a shared sense of loss? You know what I mean? And if it is that actually enough? Is that kinship? You know what I mean? Like, is that okay? And when I was thinking about it and I was writing, I was like, I don't think that's enough. Because actually, in fact, the way I phrased it was, well, all we have in common is the white man. Like, that was like my mind. Like, that's how I processed it. But you're saying something different.
The white man.
You're saying something different. You're not saying it's the feeling inside of you, of having, because I'm saying we do have that. That sense of loss. I mean, that's why we go back.
Yeah.
That's why we go back. I mean, all of these people doing, my family's from here in Scotland, which is a very American thing. I'm from here in Ireland. And we're just like, at a certain point, it just disappears.
Yeah.
We just don't know. You know what I mean? It's been erased. And that feeling is a deep, deep wound. You know what I mean? That so many of us are chasing.
Yeah.
So much so that we would invent stuff.
It's interesting because you mention a lot the Jewish experience and the Jewish diaspora. It feels like to me that they actually have bonding on this feeling of loss.
Yeah.
And in ways that
Yeah.
many people have contentious feelings about.
Yeah.
But it was like, whether you're a Moroccan Jew, an Iraqi
Right.
Jew,
Right.
Polish Jew,
Right.
we're going to be under this umbrella.
Yes.
I think loss has great kinetic energy.
When you talk about the tracing, it's funny, I think of all your work in many ways as tracing,
Yeah.
And every beginning of a chapter and every story that you tell in the book has a feeling of like, go and see.
Yeah.
It really has a go and see.
Yeah,
It's
see
like,
for yourself. Yeah.
your book is getting banned. Go and see. You went to go
Yeah.
and see.
Right.
Yeah. Your people come from Africa. You have this identity and maybe you're connected, but go and see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I mean? The people of Gaza are being bombed and the people of Israel are fighting for their survival. And there's this conflict of ideas, but go and see.
Right.
Yeah.
And it made me realize how important a writer is, how important a journalist is, how important a storyteller is, because oftentimes...
You know what? You know how often idiots online, when you talk about Palestine, when you have any empathy for Palestinians, will be like, oh yeah, why don't you fucking go to Gaza? It's like, actually, why don't you go to Gaza? Because I know how bad it is, and I know how morally bankrupt this entire last year and the 76 years before it have been. So why don't you fucking go? You can't see the way that Palestinians have been subjugated. You can't see how everything there is just death. Everything in Gaza right now, they describe medical workers who have been there or Palestinians who are interviewed. They describe that death is just everywhere. So if you're who we like to call a keyboard warrior, and you've certainly got a lot to say about what Palestinians should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing, why don't you fucking go over there, okay? Why don't you go over to the West Bank? Go see.
We can't go and see.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And there are a lot of journalists and writers who won't go and see.
Yeah.
Even though, they should. And this is like, again, the book is written to my students, and this is like something I'm really trying to drill in them. You really have to touch the thing. Like you got to touch it. You got to feel it. You got to experience it, because the way it will occur for you will not be the way it will occur for somebody else. You know what I mean? In its most specific, I think somebody with a different history, with different things, might have saw everything I saw in those 10 days, and they would have written something totally different. You know what I mean? And so I think seeing it for yourself, running it through, your own filters is crucial and key.
You know, I know we're gonna wrap up soon, but I was thinking.
This is my black podcast. Right here. This is like I've been running around talking to people for like 3 days, and I have not. You know what I mean? I have not done this. I've needed to do this.
We're fixing the diaspora right now. We got Black Brits, South African, African American.
That warms my heart. Thank you for saying that.
No,
thank you for saying that.
It's beautiful.
You know what I think
I'm
about?
gonna send this to my French people. I'm telling you. I'm gonna send this like my black French people.
I love it. I call them the wee wee blacks. I love them.
I love them too much.
Wee wee blacks.
When I'm doing comedy out there, I love it out there. Yeah.
I love them.
Because even over there, I tell my wife, I don't want too many African American friends here. Yeah. Like there's a whole African American diaspora in Paris.
Yeah.
It's like I just
you don't want to be around.
Well, a few of them is fine, but I don't want to I gotta see my people.
Yeah. You want to break it up? No, you want to break it up?
Yes, I gotta see.
The interview makes much more sense having you explain the topics. The book covers it was very cute and based on the Upward Insane CBS review. No, I don't think you're trolling at all. I was genuinely asking you if you're looking for a deeper understanding. And that's why I said would definitely help to read the book. I just got it. I haven't read it yet. But I can listen to this conversation because I already have the understanding and awareness of what's been going on and what's been going on for the last 76 years. So happy to give recommendations. I am not assuming that you don't know anything, but I always tell people a really good place to start is The 100 Years' War in Palestine by Rashid Khalidi, who's actually retiring too from Columbia because he's just over it. But it's a good place to start. Yeah, we've got a whole list with resources though.
Some of that.
Yes, exactly.
I get it.
You gotta break it up.
Yeah,
you gotta break it up.
sorry, Trevor.
No, not at all. Hey man, this is what it's for. And I'll end by saying this to you. I think if you remove the accolades, if you remove your awards, if you remove the publishing house, if you remove the smartness, if you remove everything we know about Ta-Nehisi Coates, that book would fit in the backpack of somebody who truly sees other people as human beings first and foremost.
Nice
and
way
man,
to end
I
it.
wish we all thought like you. I think we're all guilty of stepping out of it, but thank you, man. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you for writing it. Thank you for going and seeing where we couldn't. And yeah, man, I hope we.
That was good.
That
was a good last line.
Yeah, I would
It
love
was.
it.
It was a good
Thank you for the
closer.
discussion.
Yeah, man.
This
Thank
was
you
great.
so much.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, goodbye. Oh,
Welcome back to-
Nope, no, not welcome back. Okay, I wanted to look at where did it go? You know, it is always very interesting to watch a conversation when people just share fundamental differences. When you do not share morals, and then when you morally align with people, and you can see the difference, right? You can really see the difference so clearly. Okay, let's watch this clip. Trevor's had some great moments. Yeah, I agree. His closing speech on The Daily Show, where he specifically thanked Black women and the impact they had on him, sticks in my mind. Yeah. He like most entertainers and public figures, have had some not great moments, but I also think I agree. I think he's had some good moments. I've grown up around people who are pro-Israel, anti-Cuba, generally anti-leftist, most suffered legitimate grievances. I don't think their suffering should be downplayed. That doesn't mean we should try to weigh the experiences of all, including those who aren't in our immediate circles, and weigh those experiences seriously. If we knew them in person like that, we can. Yeah, I mean, I'm not somebody who ever downplays suffering. I don't think that is effective to finding a path forward. I'm not one of those people on Twitter who will scream about how we shouldn't lose any tears over the death of a baby if that baby was if that baby lived in a colonialist state. Like I'm not that, but anyway, I'm kind of I'm a little bit at a point where I'm a little cooked. So I don't think I have it in me to fully articulate this, but I don't believe in terrorist babies is what I guess I'll just leave it at that. And then let's watch this. Let's watch this clip. Andrew Garfield.
But I want to help you, buddy. What do you want?
What
can this 500 people collectively clap our hands and make happen for you?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm pretty, you know what, like out of everyone in the world, I'm so happy. Like we should be putting our energy towards something that actually matters.
What could be more important than that right now?
Yeah, maybe the lives of, I don't know, Palestinians in Gaza right now. Maybe that's where we put our hearts and our energy.
Isn't it so?
And anyone suffering.
Isn't it sad though how this is like, yay, oh my God, Andrew Garfield, who's doing, who's doing the bare minimum, who's doing what like all of us who purport to be good human beings, who act as if, who act as if we are against human suffering. And yet it is rare still. It's rare. That's like, so on the one hand, yeah, great. Love it. Love you, Andrew Garfield. Thank you for acknowledging Palestinians as human beings who are undergoing a genocide, whose children are being slaughtered every single day. But it's also I can't believe that we are still at a point in history where this is not what everybody is saying. You know what I mean? Like there is that part of it that I'm like, oh my God, how are we still here where this is, it's a bold thing to say.
Anyone oppressed, anyone that is suffering under the weight of the horrors of our world right now. Anyone who doesn't have a choice in
Yeah, where it's still controversial to say this. Why is it still controversial?
Lives of dignity. It's that's where our energy should be going right now.
Is there a direct franchise, but I want to help you, buddy.
Also, this is not me saying anything negatively about Andrew. I love Andrew Garfield, and he is morally correct in what he said. It's just more so me looking at Hollywood, looking at all of these artists who have dedicated their lives to wanting to tell stories, right? To wanting to get people to think about things, to make them feel things. These are people who say that their work is rooted in empathy, and yet I'm still seeing a dearth of that empathy. A lot of people who are quite the opposite of what the role of an artist should be. And I hope that we're only going up from here, not going backwards at all. That this is something where I even though people should not be allowed to rewrite history and pretend they were always on the right side, I want to get to that place though where people are acting like, oh yeah, no, Palestinians deserve liberty. Like I believe that. I've always believed that. Right? Like, okay, let us get to this point where these cowards in industries like Hollywood are feeling that pressure to acknowledge the humanity of Palestinians. I hope we get there and get there soon. Andrew's been pretty vocal about his grief. Oh my God, he speaks of his mom's passing so beautifully in a way where I don't think I could. I still have my mom. But I like feel that pain because of how because of how beautifully he speaks. Yeah, he's really amazing. And I have to say too, he's got a pretty great filmography, top to bottom. You know, he's not really one of those actors who, yeah, he had a couple great films, but a lot of stinkers. He's had quite an amazing career. I think he's very talented, and if he ever wants to come on the stream, hi, Andrew Garfield. Hi. Okay, here's the clip. Fine, we will watch this. This is sad.
Allah, Allah. That's why they do it. And
wait, doesn't everyone go through that? Wait. You don't get checked for bomb residue every time you go through the...
You know, sometimes he is really dumb for a smart person. Sometimes. I feel like I also don't know, though, if he's being real. I think he has to have. There's no way. This is a joke, right?
Like every time you go through the fucking thing? The x-ray thing?
I think it's a bit.
Where they just like rub your hands and they look for gunpowder.
I think this is Hasanavi School of Acting.
Powder and bomb residue. I'm not baiting. I literally thought they just stop every.
we're looking for bomb residue, and I'm like, yeah.
He's mentioned it multiple times. I don't know. Either way. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's obviously not something that everyone goes through. My boyfriend in college, he was white, but he was Italian white. So when he would be tan and have his beard grown out, TSA would think he was Arab, and he would get stopped at the airport. So he was a real POC. Yeah. Italians are POC. Excuse me. Yes. Yeah, indeed. Exactamente. Andiamo. Okay, y'all. People of carbonara. No. Stop it. Y'all are too much. Do you know that? You are just too much. Now I also really want carbonara. That sounds fire. Sounds real good. Okay. So I think I did want to watch a video about abject women in horror, but I think I'm going to save that. The Ta-Nehisi podcast ran a little bit longer because I was pause a line. So I think we will move that because it's something that I can cover another night. And then I think I'm going to do some gaming. Possibly try some Resident Evil 7 and than quit if I'm dying. You know? I am... Okay. Did you know your title says Spoopy Gaming? I did know that. Spoopy. It's spoopy. Spoop boop de doop. Spoop boop de doop. Spoop boop de doop. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do that. How's that sound? And then tomorrow, I'm not going to be live. Oh my God. What? How could she? Tomorrow, I'm not going to be live. Saturday, I don't know yet what I'm doing because I know Peach Jars is in town. And we are going to go to Halloween Horror Nights. I think we're working on getting that set up. And I'm going to talk to her and see if she wants to stream. No pressure. No stream pressure at all. But tomorrow I will not be live because I'm going to Porter Robinson. Never been to Porter Robinson, but everybody's going. Everybody's going to Porter Robinson. So I'm doing that tomorrow. And then Saturday, Halloween Horror Nights, maybe stream it. Okay. Cool. We are back. Okay, we're back with Resident Evil. Okay. Okay, Resident Evil 7. That's what I'm playing, right? Why is that not correct spelling? Resident Evil Biohazard. What is that called? Okay. Watch the Fear and episode and then brag about your boyfriend interviewing him. I think not. I'm going to tell Porter that I have a better podcast for him to go on. I'm like, you do not need to be lowering yourself to that trash. Okay. All right. Pulling this up. Okay. If you're headed out for the night, I won't see you tomorrow, but I'll maybe see you on Saturday. I'll definitely see you on Sunday. So thanks for hanging. Why does this always do this? Oh, this is the beginning, right? Hold on. Oh. Will has been doing 8. He's at almost 8 hours. 8 hours of backyard baseball. Okay, this is not pulling up the game capture. Hold on, y'all. Why is this not filling up my... hold on. How do I get this to be big? Triple X! Fapple X! Triple X, thank you for the 5 community subs. Why does this look weird? Okay. It's got like the white... What do I do when it's got the white bar at the top? I'm trying to hit F11 to make it full screen. But I don't know... Alt enter? Oh, okay. That worked. All right. I'm going to turn the lights off. I got to quickly... Alrighty. Oh, can you... Oh, change some settings. Yes. Okay, I thought I changed the motion blur. Maybe not. That's camera wobble, right? Or is it under something else? Graphics. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. There we go. Field of vision is increased as much as possible. Camera wobble is also bad. Okay, so, yay. This should help. Yeah? Okay. Camera wobble is turned off. It was already turned off. I think it was the motion blur that was not turned off. Sick Glock. I'm like Kamala Harris with her Glock. If you come into my house, I'm gonna shoot you. I'm going to shoot you if you come into my house. I will annihilate you. Because that's what we do in America. All right. Am I done here? I can't remember. I think I did everything I needed to do, right? So inspiring. You know, I did see that one TikTok girl who's doing the Kamala impressions. She's pretty good. She's obviously very exaggerated, but she nails it. All right, where do I go? Kamala? You know, I feel like when... Is that a head in a toilet? That's a head in a toilet. Okay, that's a head. It's not a real head, though. Okay, what is this? Oh my god. Another test? Fuck, there's so many of them. Skibbity. Skibbity. I can't get out of here. Oh god. I haven't done my Jennifer Coolidge in a while, but... Gunpowder. Do you think that I can just run? I'm just gonna run. Go. Leave. Leave. Please. Yes, Jennifer, run, girl. Oh my god, not the babies. Please do the news, Jennifer. The problem is that it kind of hurts my voice because I make it, I drop it down and I kind of try to give it a raspy quality. If I try to do 4 hours of news, I could do like a news story. Switch back to my Glock. 1 sub for a minute of Coolidge uncapped. You know, Anon, you are always coming up with these brilliant sub ideas. Is that good? Oh, shit! Should I shoot this? I don't know. I'll stab it. Oh, there's another one. Shit, fucker. Stop it, stop moving. Stop moving. Okay. I think I got it. Yeah, I don't want to waste the ammo. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God Almighty. Is that just a giant wasp nest? Y'all, what am I supposed to do? A flamethrower? Okay. I bet you that I gotta find a flamethrower and I gotta light that baby on fire. Gotta light her up. Okay, this is the other side of the nest. She's upstairs. Don't go up. Where's this? Oh! Oh, shit! Oh, God. Okay, I can't get close. Okay, I see. Where do I go? I can do the ring of fire. We can bring it back. Okay, I'm failing at all. What is that? How do I get to the other side? That's the question. That's the question. Okay, there's a cable. No, I think something would have popped up. Let me check outside. Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to... Am I just supposed to go past the wasps, but fast? Okay, there's no other way around. So I just gotta go? Okay, but like where? Ah! Run! 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 God. So slow. Old house map. Okay. God, this place is so big. How do they have a house this size in this economy? How do I bend down again? Wait a sec. Oh, wait, no. Is there anything for me to grab? Nothing? Stop. Wait a second. I can't remember how to bend. Oh. Oh, wait, no, I can't do anything. Okay, that was just a trick. God, it's another one of those puzzles. Man, the thing about Resident Evil, there's always... Oh, yes! Okay, let's go. There are always so many puzzles. Burner grip... Okay, so that's not the full thing. I see. It's not the full flamethrower. There's just so many puzzles on puzzles, you know? You get 10 puzzles before you solve one. You can now carry more items. Nice! Okay, let's see if there's anything. Shotgun shells. Gunpowder. Maybe I do a little, hold on, a little combo nation. Nice. Sick. I'm gonna do this. Okay, excellent, excellent, excellent. Is there anything else in here for me to get? Okay, we've got to save, y'all. We've got to save. BFTE. Thank you for the 14 months, yo. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. Hold on one second. Okay. Turn the volume up. Excuse me. Oh. Pardon. Okay, that's a save room. So now I need to mix this, but with what? You know what I bet I need to do? I bet I need to go back and look at that map. Scared. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, they're so insane. Wait, there was another door. There was another door there. Shit. There was another door. I just passed it. Shoot. Damn it, I have to go back. Right? I have to go back, right? Ah! Wait, what the hell? Where's that other door? Am I insane? Oh my god! Oh wait, it's right here. What the hell is wrong with me? Oh! Stop it! Wait! Don't do anything. Okay. Don't let the bugs bite. I'm trying not to. Oh my god, are those spiders? Oh god. Those are spiders. Select an item to use. Okay. First aid med. Okay, I'll take that. I need the second part to... I need the second part of... Oh! Oh, Jesus! Sorry. No, stop, Caroline. You're wasting that. I meant to stab this thing. Damn it. Fuck. Did you just say sorry? I don't know what I'm saying right now. Damn it, I keep accidentally hitting the wrong button. You can't tell. So I keep healing. Ah, okay. Yes, we're in business now, folks. We are in business. We're in business. Yes. Flamethrower. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Businesswoman, stay businessing. That's right. Okay, am I gonna use this guy? Is it Ring of Fire time? Be ready? Oh shit! Gotta light him up! Here I go. Wait. I'm in the wrong room. In the wrong room. Damn it. Okay, wait. Shit! Shit! Did it work? Die! Oh shit, I'm wasting this. That's all that I got? I thought there was gonna be something bigger. No? Should I like do this? Okay, burner fuel. Okay, nice. That'll do. But like, where's the thing I need? Do I have to burn more? Like... Oh, I can aim it. I'm so confused. So confused, darling. Okay, this... Some bad boys. Okay, are they dead? Why does it keep going dark? Fuck. Fuck. Let him up! Let him up! Let's go! Let's go! Okay, we're gonna do this. Combine. Nice. What do I... Where is that coming from? Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah, ah! Okay. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, call me... I'm the exterminator. I'm John Goodman from Arachnophobia. Light it up! Ah! Die! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh! Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go! I'm out. Shit. I need some more burner fluid. Alright, well this is kind of useless right now. Until I get some more.
Ethan?
Oh no.
Ethan!
No more bullshit, Mia.
Stab her.
I want some answers.
Stab her.
I know, you're right, and I always wanted to tell you, but I can only remember a little and the rest is just gone.
Oh,
That's
shit!
right. You mind if I borrow mommy for a little bit?
Wait, I'm daddy?
Why don't you stand there? Do something!
Ethan, help!
Damn it.
I don't think there's anything that I can do for Mia. I think it's kind of Jover, you know? Okay, I got the statue. So now I gotta go back, but here's the problem. I'm out of flamethrower.
Stay the fuck
Shite! Can I put a bullet in between her? Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh, oh shit! trying! I'm trying! I'm trying! Why am I so slow? This guy is the slowest man. Oh no, someone's coughing. Can I stab her?
Yes, my kitties! All right, you piece of shit! I'm about to you! Oh my god! Good! Pay attention, boy! I want to show you something!
How do I get away from this witch? Wait, am I dead? No way. No way. I'm still alive. Like, honestly, barely. Okay, strong chem fluid we're gonna combine here. Let's go. Use it or lose it. You can't fight her? Damn it, so she just turns into bugs? She's bugs? Fuck. Okay. Let me save. Because at least I have that statue. Bro. I need more ammo for... more fuel. Okay, let's do this guy. It's a spider. I don't know who the worst in this family is. Gotta. The son's the worst. It's kind of hard to decide who's the worst. They're all horrible. Ugh. Slugs? Centipedes?
Fuck, 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 fuck!
Mmm.
Jesus, fuck!
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm already dead. I'm in hell. Okay, I'm on the other side. If we could get a little bit more fuel, that would be sick. What's in here? Let's see. Any supplies down here? Yeah, here we go. Oh! Bugs. Crank. Okay, that's for the outside. Yeah. That's for the outside. One of the best gaming experiences was to do this in VR. I would die. I'm so weak. Oh, chem fluid. Just always like to have some health on hand, you know. You know. Yeah, take that. God damn it.
Zoe, you tried to sneak up to the second floor again, didn't you? Did you think I wouldn't notice after what happened to Evelyn? You just keep talking about some strange medicine.
And what are you planning to do with my altar? You better keep those sticky fingers off of it. Nobody touches my secret altar.
Okay, nobody will touch your altar. God damn it. Okay. A crow. I need something for the crow. So, I gotta go back. I gotta get outside again, and I gotta use the crank. Ugh. Ah! That voice is legit amazing. Thank you. Ah. It's so squelchy. Okay, now, where was... I'm gonna save again, just in case I die. Boom, boom. And I've got the crank now. Got the crank, time to crank. Let's crank. Okay, I gotta go to the other outside area, but I don't remember how to get there. Fucking hell! I hate those guys. No. Oh no! Oh no!
Get out! It's mine!
Oh shit! How do I get outside? This is where the crank is? Can't remember. I'm lost. Shit. No, I'm lost. Oh, this is where I came. This is where I came from. Okay, okay, hold on. Okay. So I came in here. Close this door. Oh my god, dude! Dude, you have to go! Okay, wait. Okay. How do I get outside? I can't remember. Damn it.
There you are.
Wait, she sees me? Oh no. Shit fucker! I think it's this way. Yes! Okay. The crank! Thank God we did it. Run! Okay. Woo, we did it! Where is it? Okay. Something's gotta be in here. The crow key. Great. Got it. Antique coin. What's in the trash? Give it all to me. Finally, a bathroom. God, okay, did I get everything? Okay, time to go back. Run. I just have a really bad sense of where I am. Oh no, this bitch! Oh shit!
Try and get away from my babies, you cocksucker!
Hey!
Fucking shitcock! Show yourself!
Cocksucker! Okay, somehow I found the right way. Cocksucker is quite a phrase. Cocksucker. very powerful.
I told you to stay out of here!
Oh my god, this crazy bitch! What the hell? How did she move so fast? This biatch be
All right, you little
oh no.
sucker! Let's get down to business!
Wait.
This is what you get for messing!
Oh! Is she dead? What do I do? Where'd she go?
Bless your heart.
Got her? Oh shit, why did I waste that? Stab him! Stab him, idiot! Oh shit! Oh god! Okay. Is she dead? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Stop? How do I stop? Wait, am I dying? I don't know. What's happening to me? Where do I go? You guys, what do I do? Oh, I'm dying. Okay. Was that a boss fight? Was that? Mini boss? Okay. What the? I did well? Okay, thanks! Good shots, right? What the hell? Oh my god! What the fuck?
I think that's it.
You think what's it? This is the future that liberals want.
Well, did he find a serum?
I just got done dealing with your mom and her fucking bugs.
Yeah.
Wish you could have warned me.
Sorry about that. What about the serum?
I haven't found any, but I did find out we need to make one. A D-series head and an arm. This can't be right.
Oh, it is.
A head? I think I have that around here somewhere.
What do you mean
do?
you just have a head?
I don't know about the arm, though. Have you searched the whole house?
No, not yet. I still need to check the second floor here.
All right. Check it out. Meet me at the trailer if you find it.
Okay, so I gotta find some shit. I gotta find some nerves? Okay. Okay. This is what Kamala wants. She becomes president. All them babies gonna be looking like that? Oh. Gosh. Is this a voodoo doll? Thank God, dude. Finally. Finally got some fucking burner fluid, man. Yeah, I didn't realize this game was also woke. Okay. Save that for later. Oh shit, okay. Oh, those are butterflies. Never mind. Hell. Do I not? Shit, I need a light. I don't have it. Fuck. Wait, isn't this a light? No. Damn it. I have to go back and find this nasty old lady. Oh shit! Oh no. You guys. Are you kidding me? Why can't it ever just be easy? No, dude, absolutely not. No fucking way.
What the fuck? Well, that's special.
No. No. Oh my god. Mom's off her Zoloft again. How scary is this game? It's decently scary. God damn it. Can't you just give me the light, you old bitch? I would say 1 to 10. I think I would put it at like a 7. Yeah, it is mostly gross. That's true. No, dude, stop it. Stop. You know what? Fuck out of here, man. You don't have enough space. Okay, I gotta make some shit. Shit. Damn it. I got too much stuff. Shoot. What is solid fuel? Can I combine that with something? Yes! Nice! More flamethrower. Sick. Okay, what is... Can we use this to separate the chem fluid from them? Okay, what can I use with this? I don't know. Okay, never mind. Fuck. I think I fucked up. I can't even get in there. Where's this nasty old biatch? Come out, you devil woman. You she-devil. Shit, I don't have enough space for fluid. Damn it, I need to use something. I don't want this photo. Trash. Let me just look at it. Cigarettes by the toilet? I hid something nice in here. Find it if you can. Okay, cigarettes by a toilet. Okay, okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. Great, so I can pick this up. Oh god. Okay, what is this? I don't know how to get in this creepy hole. Hold on. Hold on. Let me check around here. More stimulants. Not from the other side. Classic. Classic. Because why the fuck wouldn't it be? Oh shit! Oh god! Do I need the crank anymore, or can I get rid of it? You can't just go in the creepy hole. I can get rid of this, right? I don't know what happens if I delete it. What else can I get rid of? I'm just gonna do... Fuck, I don't want this blue shit. What did I do? I don't know. Oh, chem fluid. Okay, let's combine this. Okay. Cool. Got a little bit of space. If you need something, they won't let you destroy it. Okay, so I can just get rid of this. Oh. Okay. I guess not. Die, fuckers. How do I get in this hole? You want to get in the boys' hole, you gotta pay the troll toll. Coffee and cigarettes? Or... Okay, there's the hole. How do I get in the hole? A gate is blocking the way. Yeah, no shit. Okay, I gotta get somewhere. What am I missing? How do I get in this? Oh, upstairs. Oh my god!
Come on now with me!
Oh,
We're gonna
Jesus!
settle this!
Wait, RT! RT! Light her up! Light her up, dude! Light her up! Where'd she go? Where'd that crazy bird go? I do not like whatever those sounds are. I don't like it. Where's that crazy biatch? Die! Die! Oh, that's her, like... pussy? I don't know! Oh! Where is she going? Should I shoot her? I don't know.
Escape, city boy.
Shit. Wait, why can't I shoot? Oh, LT, LT. LT and Y.
You got nowhere to go now.
Where'd she go? I don't know. Is that her? Ah!
You're not getting away this time.
Am I supposed to like kill her or something? Okay. Okay, we got hella fuel, which is good. Where is she? What the fuck? What is that noise, you guys? Oh god. Oh my god, okay. Oh shit. Shit! Oh! Why do I keep crouching? Where'd she go? Oh, right in her pussy! Oh shit! Should I shoot her or should I keep lighting her up? I don't know. Right in her snatch. Oh my god! Oh my god! Get up! Get up! Oh god, the snatch! Oh my god, the snatch! Where is she? God damn it, die! Okay. Oh god, this shit is so awful. Where the fuck is this? She's grotesque. Oh! Oh god! Oh no, the snatch! Oh shit! Wait, I'm dying, I'm dying! Oh, run! Run, dude! Shit! God damn it! Fuck, I'm so slow in this game. Bro, I don't understand the BSC. Am I beating her? I can't tell. I cannot tell. Obviously, I need to light up the BSC. Oh my god, that is sick fucking nasty, yo. Right in the garage! Light it up! Light it up! Oh my god! No, not the BSC! Ah! Oh god! Shit! No, I don't know. Wait, I'm dead? Oh no, I'm dead, you guys. I don't know how to beat her. This is taking so long. Am I doing this right? I don't know. You were doing it? Oh, fuck. Now I gotta go find all the supplies again. Shit, mother. Okay. Okay, this is right, though. Okay, I'm gonna try to make some... Wow, fuck. I hate that I have to do this all again. Damn it. Okay, we're gonna do that. I need some flamethrower. Okay. Dude, it's kind of taking a long time, and so that's why I can't tell if I'm actually beating her. What if we simply burn the entire house down? You know? I am quite inclined. You can also shoot her. Okay, I'm gonna try to shoot her. But it does feel like I should just keep frying her bush. You know? Okay, more ammo. More ammo. I just really want to beat her. Locked from the other side. Okay. I know I got a bunch of flamethrower fluid. Nice. You don't have enough space. Well, I need to make some space. Fuck me. Oh yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Brother. Oh, brother-o. Strong chemical fluid. Okay.
Does this. We're gonna settle this!
Forgot about her doing the pop-out thing. Okay, this is where it gets cuckoo.
Gotcha!
Where?
You're
oh,
going
no,
nowhere!
Mother! Stop it, Mother! Stop! Please! Shit! Fuck her! Where is she? Ah! 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 Oh shit! Oh, nice. Bro, I absolutely hate these noises. There she is. Die! Die, BSE! Right in the snatch! Shit! No! Shit! No! Die! No! 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 In the snatch! Right in the snatch! Burn! Burn! Burn, snatch! Okay, I'm almost out. Shit. Please, more fuel. No. Yes. You think I should heal? Fuck, I don't know if I have a heal. Okay, I'm gonna save it, huh?
Gonna get ya!
Yeah, come here, Snatch! Bring it to me! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! No! No! Wait, am I dead? Wait, did she get me? No! Shit! Shit! Okay.
You're gonna get it!
Shit. Ah! Oh god! Oh no, I don't have any bullets! How do I get bullets? How do I get bullets? LT and Y? God damn it, why can't I get these bullets on? Okay.
The grave will out the truth!
LT and... Where is she? You nasty. What did you do right in the BSC? Shit! Go! Run! Run! Why are you so slow? Oh god! Oh! Oh! God damn this fight! Shit! Fuck! Oh no, she just ripped like my intestine out or something. Okay, fuck me.
I'm gonna tear your fucking face off!
No, please don't! I just ran past burner fuel. I don't know how to get it. Please, die! Oh my god! Oh my god, the oh! No, no, run! Run, run! Run, you slow ass! Where is she? God, I hate how slow you are in this game. You're literally just like walking. Oh no! No! Get off me! God damn it! These bugs! Shit! Shit!
Still got them!
Damn it! Fuck me! God, these bugs! Go! I'm so slow! I'm so slow! I'm so slow! I'm dying! No! I hate this! I hate this! Why won't she die? You guys, I can't do this fight again. I am running. It's so slow. It's not going. I'm pressing the thing. Oh my god, how do I do this? How do I fight her? She won't. There's no indication of if she's dead. Of if she's dying. Oh my god. God. Okay. Somebody tell me what to do. How do I do this? Health bar is horrible. I just can't tell how close I am. Shoot the fly nest outside on the second floor. Oh my god. You really think this will be easier in mouse and keyboard? Okay. Wait, where's the outside? Damn it. I hate having to recollect all the... Oh, man. Relax, I can't relax. All this stupid shit that I have. God, I have to get all this shit. Okay, I'm getting rid of this. Yes, just I wish there was a save so I don't have to keep doing this. Okay, combine it with that. This. Oh, that will make flame. Oh, right. Oh, strong chem fluid. Well, I don't have enough space for that. Okay, wait, I do. I'm gonna do this. Combine with. Yeah! Wait, no! That's for the grenade launcher? Shit, I don't have a grenade launcher. Damn it. Okay, here she comes.
I got you! Don't you worry, none!
I got you! Get up, dude! Okay, don't let her spawn so many bugs on the wall. Find her when she runs up. Oh, that's what she's doing? Oh, what a nasty... Where'd she go?
Gonna get ya!
Where? Something's fighting me. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's the spiders, dude. So I have to go find her? Okay. Shit! Fuck you! Damn it. Stupid bugs. Right, okay, die. Please die. Yeah, I got your asshole. Okay, where's she going? Where are you, old nasty bitch? Like this? Oh, like that! Shit, she got me once. Okay, wait. Get up! Shit. Fuck.
You're not getting away this time.
Shit! LT and Y. LT and Y. Go! Go get her!
There's no escape, city boy!
Damn it. Bro, why am I so slow?
You got nowhere to go now, boy!
Okay, more. Where is she? Only headshots? Okay, so I shouldn't go for the... Shit! Fuck! Can I get her?
Gonna get ya!
see. Oh, I hate when she's doing this. Go. Bro, it is so hard. How do I get her? How do I get her? Run, you fool! Run, idiot! I don't know where she is. Oh! Oh. She's not that good of a shot. Okay, burner fuel. Okay, there's a bug. Keep looking for her. Yes.
I'm not gonna miss you at all. Poor Evie's gonna be heartbroken.
Shit. No! Damn it, I was failing! Fuck. Light her up! Come on, dude! Light her! Wait, why can't I get up? Get up! Please, let this be the end of her! Is that it? Yes, did I get her? I'm just shooting at her ass, man! Fuck. Damn it! Oh my god, I just shot that thing. So dumb. You guys.
Still got some spike in your heart.
No, I have nothing. I have nothing. And I'm out of. Okay, wait. Go. Oh, fuck.
You don't even deserve a gift.
I can't. I don't think I have heals. I don't know where to go. Please! Damn it! Die! Please! Fuck, I'm dead! Fuck, I shouldn't have healed! Go! Why won't she die? Please! Is she dead? Did I do it? Did I get her? Did I do it? Oh my god.
Just fucking stay dead, okay?
Yeah, fuck you. I forgot I needed to get the I was like, what is this even for? Oh my god, you guys. Finally, this bitch is dead. Oh, finally. Oh my god. All for the lantern. All for the lantern. Holy shit. Oh, her BSC just crumbled. Her BSC crumbled. God. Burn that rotten snatch. Are gone. Thank God. I'm gonna see if I missed any. Thank fucking God, yo. Okay, Jesus. Jesus H. Christ. Oh my God. That's crazy. That was crazy, yo. I know, where's that shotgun when you just need to blast her? Okay, there's some more flamethrower fluid. I'm gonna go check upstairs. Holy moly. To get the shotgun, you might have to go back to the main house. Yeah, I never figured out that riddle. Okay, there's some more. My hands have carpal tunnel. No joke. There we go. That's what I needed. Y'all, that was horrible. That was horrible. Oh man. These bosses are hard. Not even kidding ya, mate. Let me get out of here. Dude, I truly forgot what I was doing. I didn't even realize that we needed the lantern. There's only 4 in the game. Yeah, they're quite difficult. You locked the fuck in? Thanks. NDB, thank you for the 22 months. You know, I had to. No one was coming to save me. I had to fight that old lady's snatch. All by myself. All by myself. Woo! We got it. We got it. Thank freaking God. Thank the Lord. It feels good though once you've done a puzzle, once you've got it completed, you know? Especially when it's a lot of work. Sometimes these doors just open for no reason. Please.
My family. My family.
Oh, creepy shoes. Creepy shoes. Oh God, this room is so gross. The worst. Why didn't she get the shotgun? Because she didn't know how to get it, and she also thought that she would be returning to the main house. She thought that if she continued onward, she would figure out how to get the gun. And they both reached for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Oh yes, they both. Something's wrong with her. No way. Yeah, I could go back to the main house to get the shotgun. We are gonna... Oh.
Stay away.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. No. Can I get some fucking heals? Can I get some chem fluid, please? God, it is dank and dirty. Okay. What is this? What? Okay. What are these child clues?
Stay away. Come play with us, Danny.
Oh. What's under here? I feel like this is supposed to be something. Right? What does that mean? Oh! What happened? Oh! 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 Oh no! Oh no! Please tell me that thing's not gonna come to life.
Oh, God. I guess this is it.
Oh, God, why? Why, dude? Why do I feel like it's also gonna come to life, man? Please. Oh, no! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Okay. Okay. How do I put a bullet in this ghost child's head? I don't like this. Nope. No! 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 Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh shit, fucker! Ah, I'm dead! Oh no, what was that? I know what I'm gonna bring out. It's time to bring out the big guns. Fuck yeah, let him up, bitch! Die, fucker! Gotcha. Ring of fire. How the hell do I get out of here? Oh, no, you piece of shit! Why are you so running over you? No! No, I'm dead again! Damn, how do I fight these guys? You need the shotgun? Shit. Fuck. What am I supposed to do? Because I get like 2 hits. Just make a run for it? Okay. Okay. Go, go, go! Idiot! Run, stupid fuck! Why can't I run? Go, go! Go! Why am I stuck on the wall? Why am I stuck on the wall? You piece of shit. Okay, go! Go, run past him, you fool! You fool! I can't, he's too big, I have to kill him. Come here. Fucker. Go! Go, dummy! God, I am dying. Oh, no! Oh, Jesus. How to go? But where? No! Fuck! Go! Go! Where am I? Is he following me? Is this where I'm supposed to go? I don't know. I'm dying. Okay, help! Help!
Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Are we really gonna be able to make serum with this thing?
It'll be fine. After we make it, we can get out of here. Together. I'll be waiting for you in the trailer.
I don't trust her. I do not trust her. Okay, so I gotta get out of here now? Okay, but like how? Is Mother's coochie gonna come back? But there's gotta be a faster way to do this. This is kind of bullshit. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, now we can use the goddamn crank. I don't know why we didn't do that before. Stupid. The way you got back to the phone, I don't know how. Like, I have no idea how to do anything. This way? I don't know. Which way? Which way? To the trailer? I have no sense of direction in games. I'm just kind of going. Oh, shit. What was that? Drugs? I just kind of run.
Now where the hell are you? You know, never mind. We only need the head, and you've got it.
I don't trust her.
This is gonna help me and me, right?
Hey, buddy. I thought you should know. I decided that Zoe needed a timeout.
No.
She and Mia are here with me.
No.
And they're keeping each other company.
That's fine.
Just let them both go. What do you need them for?
Nuh-uh. That's family business, Ethan, and not your concern. Understand? Now, if you want the head, feel free to come by any time and I'll give it to you. But only if you participate in a little activity I've put together just for you.
What activity?
Oh, I know you're excited, but don't worry. It's not going anywhere. First step I need you to take, partner, is for you to take a peek inside the fridge in the trailer there.
Fuck you.
Ew.
Oh, come on now. Don't be like that. You want to have some fun, don't you? Now,
Not with you.
Look in the fridge.
Okay. Why do I feel like there's gonna be a head in the fridge? There's a head in the fridge. There's a head in the fridge. The pig is waiting for you in the dissection room, bitch. Thanks. God. Gross. Do I have enough coins? Yeah, I do have enough coins. I can buy this. Got him. So this dramatically increases muscles and increases max health. Yes. Whew! Let's go, y'all. I'm so back. I like that I'm just holding that flamethrower. Okay, let's get rid of some things here, because that was kind of... That was... Okay, so we're gonna put the crank. Flame rounds. Psychostimulants. I don't think I need those. Crow key. I already used that. I don't have the shotgun right now, so I'm gonna put that away. And then... Should I go get the shotgun? Oh, 44 mag. Okay. Go get the shotgun. Baby matcha latte. Thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, but I can't remember how do I get the shotgun. Like when I pick it up. See? I haven't figured it out. Okay, I gotta put this back. Okay, I gotta find a different one. Ew, I don't remember this shit being here. I don't have a snake key. I don't remember all this nasty ass shit. scorpion key. Oh. Oh, there's a whole... Ew. Gross. Let's hide them like this. Living room, grandfather clock, the book. Oh, thanks for giving me the answers to where the dog heads are. But I've already figured it out. It's fine. I don't need it. You don't know what you're saying, sweetie pie? Are you lost? Sweetie pie? Oh! Broken shotgun. Got it. Got it. We've got it, ladies and gentlemen. By God, we've got it.
How are you feeling recently? It's been a long time since you came in for your last checkup. I'm ready to tell you I've finished examining your x-rays. Those dark eyes in your cranium are fungus-like structures that seem to be related to mold. The hallucinations and noises you said you've been hearing may be related to these growths. If your symptoms are due to a fungal parasite, it must be removed before it's too late. I don't mean to scare you, but I am seriously concerned for your health. Please come to the hospital as soon as you read this letter. As your doctor, I strongly recommend you undergo further tests. Can you imagine if your doctor sounded like that?
Okay, I think I got it. By George, I think I've got it. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck me. Oh, no. Where did I end up? Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Hi. Excuse me. Why did I go there? Dude? I don't fucking know. Yeah, Ethan has the smallest steps. You have too many items. God damn it. Okay, wait. Shit. You can combine the bullets. No, it's filled. It's filled. I gotta go hit a stash box. Damn! There's really no way. Pills that can't be... Fuck it! No. It won't even let me take them. Dick. Wait, which bullets? No, because these are different types of bullets, you guys. You guys. Different bullets. Different bullets. I don't think I have multiple shotgun shells. No, sillies. Sillies. Dummies. It's fine. I just go here. I just go here and we put this stuff in. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the scorpion key. And the mag ammo. And I think that's good. Okay. I just gotta get rid of this fake shotgun. Or broken one. Yeah, the safety trailer. Now I go. Ah! Yo. Load up. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go! All right, y'all. We are gonna stop there for the evening. Cause we beat a boss. I got the shotgun. Yes. I think it's a good stopping point. I think it's good. We got the shotgun. We beat the snatch. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes always turns into 10 more minutes and then an hour. Okay, cool, y'all. Oh, I should probably quit this, huh? Not gonna leave that open like I normally do. I just pressed something. Okay. I'm gonna click. Okay. Y'all. Great stream. Great stream. Okay, let me see who's get somebody. If anybody knows a streamer working towards partner who is live right now, because I always go through the list and no one's ever live. Nobody wants to get off their asses and work anymore. Oh, is Will Neff working towards is he working towards partner? Okay, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check some if I can't find one. Then nope. Is Jaina streaming? Great. Gonna send you guys to Jaina. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, everyone, enjoy your day tomorrow. I will not be live, but I hope you have a fabulous one. And I think I'll see you on Saturday. Not 100% sure. I gotta talk to Peach and see if she wants to do Hollywood Horror Nights stream. But otherwise, absolutely we'll be back on Sunday. So until then, and I'm going to my first Porter Robinson concert tomorrow, which is very exciting. Yes! I can't wait. I'm actually very excited. Oh, I want to go see either Metropolis or Joker tomorrow. I can't decide which one. I'm not excited for either. But I feel like I can't do any Joker discourse until I've seen it, and same with Metropolis. Like, I can't watch anything or read reviews or do anything on stream until I've watched. Yeah, Megalopolis needs the theatrical experience far more. Plus, I think I'll hate it less, which is crazy to say. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go try to do that tomorrow too. Okay, y'all. I'll see you later. Go give love to Jaina and have